Okay, well, recap. What do you guys remember from last session?
We got our ass beat.
Lots of zombies.
Yeah.
Yes, lots of zombies. And an encounter with Strahd.
We know that, I'm sorry, Dark, I can't remember your character's name.
Antonio.
So we know that Antonio is weak to charming. So that's going to be something you have to keep a note of. Yeah, we now got to deliver the girl to the city to honor her brother's last request.
Yep. And so you guys are, you guys just finished up at the church. Each of you kind of respectfully ignored the screaming cries of a male child that was yelling in the underbelly of the church. And you guys were about to set out from the cemetery towards Valaki, seeking refuge for Irina, as promised to Ismark.
Yep.
Okay.
Took him with him.
Is there anything you guys wanted to do before you set out on your trek?
No, I don't think so. Not for me.
Do I? I'll save my spell slots for when we get to the city. So I'm not gonna put anything into the ring right now. I'll wait till we get safely to the city.
Okay.
And don't forget, everyone, we did a short rest, so make sure you do a short rest on your character sheet.
Well, we did do a short rest? Okay.
Yes, we did do a short rest.
Yeah.
Which is why I attuned.
Yeah. So after the short rest, it's probably about midday right now. So somewhere between 11 and 1 in the afternoon.
What? Since we know Antonio's been charmed, would we understand the nature of the charm?
You could make educated guesses.
That he has chances to break free from it.
Well, you guys didn't see, like, I mean, you could ask Antonio questions. I don't know what you would have necessarily observed. You know, he didn't necessarily make any obvious attempts to resist magic and whatnot. You know, not that that would be a really visible thing, I don't think.
Yeah.
Would it be an insight check to see whether or not we would know what kind of charm spell it was?
You could, if you gave me an insight check, that I think that could reveal maybe some, you know, you might be able to tell some character traits or behaviors of Antonio, maybe something about what's going on there. I think it'd be more Arcana if you're trying to figure out like specifics about a charm and like, do you know, what do you know about charm spells and variations thereupon?
I don't have any bonuses in Arcana, but I can give it a try. If not, it'll just be an insight check. Let's see if this works.
I have half bonuses and everything I don't have bonuses in.
Okay. So with that, you do. I mean, all that you would know with a 12 Arcana is, and where you're not proficient, right? I mean, I'm assuming that +0 isn't like covering up some terrible intellect, right? Pretty sure. So what you would know with that 12 is just basically that people, generally speaking, when people are charmed, if the charmer is the one that harms them in any way, or generally speaking, their allies harm the person who's been charmed, there's a chance that they can break free.
But considering the fact that the guy who cast it is such a high level, even though we hurt him, he didn't break free from it.
Well, you guys aren't. So, for example, you guys are not allies of Strahd, and where Strahd is the charmer, Strahd himself would have to harm Antonio.
Yeah, Strahd or the zombies, or
right.
Gotcha. So it would be in our best interest to say, "Hey, Strahd, why don't you give our buddy here a tap in the head?"
yeah. Let's see if that works.
Next
I like this.
like which one bludgeoning damage.
Strahd, you look really thirsty. You want to take a little bite out of Antonio?
No, thank you.
Actually, wouldn't be too bad of a strategy that if it were to happen again, we can maybe try, instead of having him attack one of us, we can use Antonio as a meat shield.
You guys can try whatever you want to try.
The only thing I do want to try, and I doubt it'll work, but it's worth a shot, is I will pull out my new lute, and I will start playing a tune and cast Protection from Good and Evil on Antonio.
Okay. Okay. So as you guys start hearing a lovely bardic tune, sounds something like this. Yeah.
Oh, wait, I forgot. Hold on. Okay, just go. I'll start it up.
Okay. Yeah. So as techno as the bard starts to play a little song, the cast a spell, Antonio, his disposition kind of shifts a bit actually, and Antonio, you no longer feel the love of Strahd. You don't, unlike normal charms though, you don't suddenly know that it was Strahd. You've been able to figure it out. People are talking about it and whatnot, but you don't have that natural like hostility towards Strahd as a result of the charm. So that's one thing that's different that you notice. But you do break free of the charm with that spell having been cast on you.
Now, can I do an insight check on his appearance? Because remember, when we were in the house and I cast a protection spell, the guy's appearance completely changed. Can I do an insight check or observation to see if his appearance has changed in any way?
It wouldn't, in this particular. I wouldn't make you do a perception check for that.
Okay.
But what you would see as far as like the as far as like just visually, what does he look like?
Yes.
He doesn't change at all. He was already looking a little bit off, a little bit different. Antonio was, like, health wise, he's looking a little bit off.
Yeah.
This hasn't changed that at all.
Okay.
Yep.
Sweet. I didn't know that was going to work. Well, no, because it does say they can't be charmed, but it also says if they are charmed, they just get advantage on saving throws on their next.
Yep.
That's pretty quick thinking of you.
I've read my spells.
Each level that we go up, we get more and more spells, and I'm like, frick.
Well, I can only cast that once a day, but apparently it worked.
Yep. We'll definitely have to put it on the side burner for something you have to consider. I mean, I'm sure more of us can cast it. We just have to have
I believe you might be able to cast it.
I think I have it too. I believe it's monthly as well.
So maybe we can strategize for our next outing, and we'll make sure that at least one of us has that spell on us at all times.
Well, I will always have at least it being able to cast once all the time. It is tied to my new instrument here.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Oh, interesting. I have it both as a druid and as a cleric spell.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and I can also detect evil and good.
Okay, so are you guys about this point looking to set out on the road?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So you guys start heading south, kind of southwestern. Let me get you guys on the map of Barovia so we can. Oops. Let's move you over here. And where you guys are currently at is over here in the village of Barovia. Okay, you guys are basically kind of back in this corner area, and now you're going to be setting out on kind of down this way, crossing this bridge and whatnot, rounding this corner, Okay,
Okay. And where's this city that we're heading to?
it's called Valaki.
Is it on this map?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Irina knows the way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you guys set out. Irina is taking the lead. About 10 minutes. You guys get on the outside of town. About 10 minutes outside of town, Antonio. You all kind of notice Antonio pause and shake his head a little bit. And Antonio, you feel a sudden love for a certain tyrannical figure return to you.
Oh, it was only a temporary reprieve. Okay. Damn it.
Hey, if it's during combat, that's, a hell of a long time.
Yeah, but I gotta touch you.
Touch him.
Touch you.
Kiki.
Does that include, touching him with, like, one of his arrows?
Hey, you guys could try whatever you want to try.
I'm going to enchant my arrow with protection from good and evil.
Evil.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that way if we have to do friendly fire,
Tough love.
stab him with it. Oh,
You just leave it impaled in him, and every time you guys want to refresh it, you just flick it or something. It's like, wing. Okay, so as you guys continue on this path, and it's kind of, you see the Svalak Woods. Remember, there's always a mist. There's always overcast. You never see the sun. You never see the sky. It is always foggy, cloudy, difficult to see. And you guys are advancing down this kind of dirt road, and you cross over this bridge, and there's this river that's flowing underneath you, and you just go up and over. You kind of follow it through the Svalak Woods, down and around, and ultimately you come to a location. You come to a crossroads over here, and at this crossroads is some old wooden gallows that creak in a chill wind that blow down from the high ground to the west. A frayed length of rope dances from the beam, and the well-worn road splits here. There's a signpost opposite of the gallows that points off in 3 different directions. One says Barovia Village, and it points to the east. One says Sur Pool, and it points to the northwest. One says Ravenloft / Valaki, and it points to the southwest. The northwest fork is slants kind of downward and disappears into the trees. So this area over here, it's kind of slanting downwards and wraps around the trees, and then you kind of see it disappear. While the southwest fork clings to an upward slope. So this, you're actually kind of ascending up into a mountain range. And then across from the gallows, a low wall crumbling in certain different places partially encloses a small plot of graves that are almost entirely shrouded in fog.
Well, I mean,
Which
it seems like our direction is clear, but Irina, would you actually know the best way to get there?
Well, I have not actually been to Valaki myself, but I have heard that there's a shortcut through the Sur Pool, but I don't know.
I don't like the word shortcut. That usually ends up in trouble.
Well, there is said to be a powerful mystic amongst the Vistani that live there, that even if it turned out to not be a shortcut, perhaps they could help us in our journey.
Well, any information that we could get about this land would be beneficial if they're a mystic, or if they, assuming that they are a mystic, they claim to be.
And she just kind of looks to you guys and she says, "You are here to protect me. I simply share with you the knowledge I have. I think we should go down to the Sur Pool, but."
And you trust these Vistani?
Some. There are, as with most, there are good and there are bad. But I'm simply I mean, I'm simply trying to find the best path, and I think that if we seek the assistance of this wise mystic, then perhaps it could be helpful.
Information would be nice. I don't know how comfortable I feel going towards Ravenloft.
Well, I do believe that both paths will ultimately converge.
I'll leave the decision up to you guys.
Knowledge is power. I do think that we should investigate.
Are the trees here looking alive or dead?
They look, I mean, everything looks really creepy, right? It's not like they look like really beautiful trees or anything like that, but they're not dead. They're not just like leafless and pieces of wood.
Do you want to speak with the trees and see what they say?
Yes, this is a very good idea. And then I'll just walk over to one, put my hand on it, and start speaking in Druidic.
So you will hear the familiar chanting into your mind. He is the ancient. He is the land.
Yes, so I heard, but could you please, point the way we should go a little bit? Just kind of rustle or something?
So the tree actually, like the chanting was continuing, and give me a persuasion check, actually.
I'm gonna vicious mockery the tree. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, so the chanting stops for a moment, and it's just sitting there. He is the ancient, he is the land, and it stops, and it says, "But he wasn't always." And then it goes back to saying, "He is the ancient, he is the land."
Do tell. What do you mean by he wasn't always?
And it just keeps repeating, "He is the ancient, he is the land."
Okay, well, thank you then.
So did the trees give you any useful information?
Well, they did say the same old crap, but they did say this time he wasn't always.
He wasn't always crap.
Well, I don't think
You
so.
know,
He
I
was.
met someone who claims that they are a god and they're trapped in this land. It could possibly be that who I met is who the Strahd guy dethroned.
Well, maybe then we do seek out the mystic. Maybe they'd have more information.
But both of our mysterious people.
Very possibly.
Okay, I guess.
It's off to the mystic we go.
Yellow Brick Road.
Okay, so as you guys kind of move and you start heading down the path, you're walking away, you hear a creaking noise behind you coming from the gallows. And where there was nothing, now hangs a lifeless gray body. And the breeze turns the hanged figure slowly so that it can fix its dead eyes upon you. And Antonio, you see yourself hanging from the gallows.
Oh shit.
Man, these dead bodies seem to be popping up everywhere.
I'm gonna kind of say a little nervously. It's like, maybe we should continue.
Onward then.
Okay. Just ignoring the body, right? You guys are pursuing down the path?
Well, this is not the first dead body that we've seen.
Maybe that you've seen.
I mean, we already had one body dissolve itself. We've seen ghosts and curse.
And
So-
and we've now have two people seen their own death, essentially.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So you guys head down this path, this winding path, and you get down. Oops, let me get on this. You guys are kind of heading down this winding path, and you get to about here, You're winding down. You can see off in the distance. You can see an encampment of wagons and whatnot down a ways, but to your right, maybe about 150 feet off onto the right, there sits a figure just standing motionless on the side of the road.
Good day to you.
Silence is all you hear in return.
Do they look alive?
So as you kind of look more closely, it is absolutely still. You're not entirely sure that whatever that is alive. It's just the mist, the fog is kind of shrouding your vision. It's obscuring it enough.
So what should we do about this situation?
Well, we
it
could
looks like it's
proceed
not-
with cashing.
Cashing?
Yeah, I think we should do it that way. Proceed with caution. It could possibly be that they might be someone would be trying to persuade us not to head in this direction.
Okay. So as you guys continue to advance down the hill, you get closer. You see that this figure is a bit taller, probably about 10 feet high. Arms completely outstretched on either side, making kind of the form of a T. And still completely motionless.
I guess. Well, could I do a but I can't English today. I'm sorry. Can I do a perception check?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you're actually able to make out that it does look like it might be a scarecrow just sitting on the side. Yeah, just sitting there in kind of some clothes and made of straw.
I guess it's nothing to worry about then.
No, yeah. Should maybe carry her on our way.
It's a rather odd place to put a scarecrow, don't you think? It's out in the middle of nowhere.
Well, I mean, we've seen a lot of other strange stuff. It's a possibility that there could have been farmland here.
It's possible.
Agriculture is indeed an important part of life, so I would imagine they do grow things.
Yeah, but I doubt that Strahd really cares too much about feeding his people.
And do you guys are your characters still talking and walking at the same time, or have you stopped?
I'm still walking and talking. There's
Okay.
no reason for us to
Yeah.
really
Mhm.
stop.
Yeah.
Irina, is it common for scarecrows just to be on the side of the roads?
I have not seen them in Barovia, but I suppose that it is. Maybe it's normal. I don't know. She just kind of shrugs. But as you guys are kind of advancing, you guys see a raven kind of it flies over, and it goes to land on the scarecrow, and suddenly in a flash the scarecrow razor sharp claws emerge from its hands made of pure metal, and it just slices with lightning speed and kills the raven and snatches the corpse before it falls to the ground, sticks the raven in its belly, and then resumes its stance in a T.
That's a big no from me. I say we keep walking.
Let's take a wide berth, if possible.
It is a rather efficient scarecrow.
I need to clear my
I'd
garden.
say so.
Yep. And as you keep walking, anyone with a perception of 15 or higher, you will see in the belly of the scarecrow. It's actually just like this open. It's almost like a container. but it's like this open space, and there's actually several raven corpses in there.
That's not the first time it's done that.
It is efficient, though.
What does it do to people?
I'd rather not end up in its belly.
So let's take a very long, wide stance away from that thing.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's not the first time you've been in something's belly so far. So let's not
Very
repeat
well,
that.
yes.
Okay, so you guys continue your advancement. You guys continue advancing towards the Sur pool, and as you guys kind of get down there, the road, it actually gradually disappears entirely and is replaced by a twisted, muddy path through the trees. Deep ruts in the earth are evidence of coming and going of wagons. And the canopy of mist, interestingly enough, branches suddenly and gives way to black clouds that are boiling far above head. There's a clearing here next to the river that widens from a small lake several hundred feet across. And there's 5 colorful tents. Each of them are 10 feet in diameter, and they're pitched around a ring of 4-barreled top wagons. There's a much larger tent that stands near the shore of the lake, and its sagging form is lit from within. And near this tent, there's 8 unbridled horses that are drinking from the river. You hear the mournful strains of an accordion clash with several brightly clad figures around a bonfire, and a footpath continues beyond the encampment that's kind of meandering around the north between the river. Oh, it's not pinging. Between the river and the trees. And one man sees you, and he gets up, and two of his companions stand up with him. He says, "Oh, hello there, my friends."
Good day.
Hello.
What might you be doing today?
Well, I was going to ask you the same. We are very good. This is the Vestani camp. Madame Eva has been waiting for you for some time. We know all about you. And he looks to you and he says, "Greetings, Antonio. Greetings, the Bard." And he gives you kind of a wink. And he says, "We are very excited to have you here. Finally, please, before I can let you see Madame Eva, I must ask you, tell us about yourselves." And he kind of looks to the Bard.
Would. Well, very well. How about, we gather around the rousing fire?
"Oh, absolutely." And so he kind of goes over and he claps a little bit, and everybody kind of gathers around the fire, and the music's playing, and they just keep it going. But people are listening to you very intently.
So I will pull out my lute and start strumming. So you wish for a tale?
Yes, that would be magnificent.
This is it where I'm stepping out of my comfort zone, man. Alright. Here is a tale of one told in song, of daring adventurers that brought me along to brave the unknown and see how I've grown. The both watched and yearned as the young boy showed what he learned. He tracked the beast along the coast to prove his worth is what he wanted most. They came upon a cliff so very sheer, the boy stood before it fighting the fear. For he was young, but he wanted to prove that he was ready, his resolve unmoved. This is when there was a cacophonous blast, leaving the boy standing aghast. Maybe his time with adventure was too soon, his emotions hit like a raging typhoon. The adventurers were ready for one last stand against the beast with the blades in hand, to protect the boy who was meager and small, but now they see he wasn't ready, not even at all. The battle raged, the beast was slain, they promised never to bring him again, for love and pride is why they brought him along, and now they see what they did was wrong. You see, this experience has taught me a thing, of life and love, and how the truth does sting. And now I'm grown, I fear my character is shallow, but I refuse to live in those adventurers' shadow.
And they just burst out in cheer, and they just stand up and they're just applauding and screaming. They're like, "Oh, that was wonderful, wonderful story."
Kiko will say, "You have the most beautiful voice. Who knew?"
Yeah, they're like, he turns and he's like, "Let's go, bring him the finest wine and some of the boar meat. None of that swill and the wolf meat for him. He deserves a meal for a champion. What a fine story of courage and morality and growth. Oh, very telling. Would you mind if I share that tale myself with others someday?"
Very well.
Oh, and he sits everybody around, and he says, "Please allow me to return the favor. In the Vistani, in our culture, we share stories to greet one another, and yours was so beautiful. I wish to share with you one of our own, some wisdom that will help you in your journey to come. Long ago, and
Hold on. Can you sing it too?
no, I do not sing little one.
Oh, I think you could. If you really try.
I will tell you what, if you sing a song for me, then Gregory will sing for you."
You don't want to hear me sing. It's okay.
Agreed.
Row, row, row.
So he gets everyone kind of gathered around, and he tells you guys. He gets everyone kind of gathered around the campfire, and he says, "Long ago, in the village of Berez the village of Berez was a growing and beautiful place. They were farmers, hard-working and proud, and rightfully so, for they had accomplished much. And one day, the vampire lord Strahd von Zorovich visited them and met a beautiful woman called Marina. Strahd was taken with her, and it makes sense that it was so, for Marina is said to have been a beauty beyond compare, both in appearance and manner. Strahd sought to slake his lust for the appetites of men that night, and used his power to seduce her. There, in her chambers, during the hour of the wolf, Strahd feasted on her blood. And when the burgomaster of Berez, Laszlo Ulrich, discovered what happened, he sought the aid of a local priest named Brother Grigor. They sought to save her soul from damnation, so together they conspired to kill her before she could turn into one of Strahd's concubines. And it is said that Strahd's rage was so great that the very earth began to shake, and you could hear his screams for 1,000 miles. And one of the other ones would be like, "Barovia is not 1,000 miles across." And he's like, "What? You could still hear it, even outside of Barovia." Strahd used his power, He used it to cause a great flood to sweep over the village and enact his revenge upon the burgomaster and priest. And so it has remained, for none dare defy the Dark Lord. And he kind of looks around at you. And he
Kiki
just,
will have her jaw wide open, and she's just like,
yeah. And he says, Strahd if Strahd will destroy an entire town for the defiance of 2 persons, imagine what he will do for 5. Be careful as you work your goodwill upon this land. Do not bring destruction upon those you seek to help.
I will awkwardly
It's
look
not
out
far,
of the corner of my eye at Arena.
And she'll kind of, and she's kind of like nodding. She seems to have heard this story as well about Berez, and she asks the Vistani, "Is it true that there's a crazy woman that lives out there? Oh, yes. They call her Baba Saga. I would not venture there unless you are sure you are able to handle such a powerful sorceress. She dabbles in the darkest of magic.
What kind of magic?
Blood magic.
Oh, I've heard of this before. How did she learn this?
I do not know. Such things are not known to us. We simply know to avoid the location. Perhaps you have seen her scarecrows.
Wait, what?
We managed to find one so far.
Yes, we don't know what their purpose is, but we do know that she creates them. She sends them out all over the land. They do her will, whatever that may be.
Well, they certainly do kill the birds quite efficiently.
I do not know why that would be important to her, but we have seen the same. But enough of this. Let us go back to the merriment and glad tidings. Yes? And he kind of turns around. He's like gesturing for the minstrels to, for the people to kind of get their accordions going again, and people start turning, they're drinking. And at this point, they actually bring the meal specifically to you, the bard, and it smells absolutely fantastic. It is like really nicely prepared. And they give you that, and they give you this really nice wine, and you can tell that it's a really fancy meal. And they even like set up a little, like they even bring over like a little mini table, and like they totally just start treating you with tons of respect.
Not to insult them, I will partake.
Okay. So partaking in it, you are actually going to gain 20 temporary hit points.
Nice.
Kiki will say, "That smells amazing. Do you have any more?"
And they will say, please, this is a special meal for our honored guest. What a fantastic tale he has given us. For you will drink and eat with the rest of us. Please.
Oh, okay.
And they bring out like, they have like jerkies and wolf meat and like more standard wine and whatnot. And it's a more casual feel for everybody else.
So I'll just start talking kind of mindlessly to the person next to me. Those are beautiful horses. What kind are they? I've never seen any like that.
And they'll turn to you and be like, "Oh, those are," and I don't know much about horses, so he'll give you some information about what kind they are, different varieties and whatnot, and
It's an Andalusian, approximately 18 and a half hands high, weighs 450 pounds. I'm just kidding.
yeah, exactly. So that's fantastic. So yeah, he kind of goes on about that.
Yep.
Anyone have any questions that they want to ask anyone?
Not particularly. No.
You did say we were expected.
Yes.
Oh yes, Madam Eva. How rude of me to forget so soon. My apologies, my friends. If you wish, let me go check on her. And he stands up and politely excuses himself, and he walks over to the tent to make sure that she's ready for you.
Yep.
And just real quick, anybody want to do anything before he comes back?
I'm gonna get a quick bite to eat and drink myself. Kind of sitting at the table.
Okay. Yep, it's delicious food. Everybody is feeling pretty refreshed and whatnot. They cook good. They know how to barbecue some wolf.
Well, it's no the bard's meal, but
It's no berries.
Well, the bard did sing for his, so I'm just gonna put that out there.
Quite well.
I'm surprised how well that came out, seeing as I spent only 10 minutes on it.
Works for me.
It actually came out really well. You did a fantastic job.
Oh, I
You're
thought
actually
he
not
was
too
just
bad at
pulling that
singing
all
either.
completely.
No.
I thought he was completely pulling that out of his
I
butt.
had
but-
a note document I wrote up and pulled it up to make sure I didn't forget it.
It's actually pretty damn good then.
It really was. It was good.
Okay, so a few moments later, Grigori comes back out, and he
Actually,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
I will put one spell into my ring. I'll put Healing Word in. And I'm
Okay.
going to use my... Where is my action? Where's that stupid thing? Sorry, I was just at it.
Mhm.
I'll use Channel Divinity. This way, instead of using the spell slot, I use that up.
Okay. Okay. All right, so he pulls you in. He pulls you into the encampment.
Thank you, Ori, for that subscription. Much appreciated.
And when you guys are in there, sorry, let me get to the map. Cursor Strahd has many maps, and I've added to it.
Nice.
Yep,
Oh, that sounded amazing.
that's what she sounds like.
Oh.
Oh, here we are. Okay. So when you guys come in here, there's like magical flames that are actually casting kind of a reddish glow over the interior of this tent. And you see in the middle of the room, there's this low table that's covered in a black velvet cloth. And there's glints of light seem to flash from a crystal ball in an almost hypnotic pattern as they just slowly swirl about inside there. And there's a old hunched figure that's peering into its depth. And the old crone speaks, and her voice kind of cackles like dry weeds, and she says, "At last, you have arrived."
Oh my god, it's Yoda.
That would be arrived you have, okay?
She might feel offended being called Yoda.
Well, now you
That
finally
was
know
very
what
much out of
happened.
character.
Yeah. Okay, so she asks you all to gather. She says, "Gather round, gather round." I'm assuming you guys kind of gather around the
I
little
go
table.
up to the table.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So after you guys have gathered around, she starts kind of making with her hands. She's swirling around this crystal ball, and near there's this deck of cards that she has, and she kind of moves the crystal ball to the side and opens the space on the table for some cards and lays them down in the pattern that you see before you, kind of like a plus sign. She lays them down, and she continues her hands moving over the cards, and the candles around the room darken, and only Madame Ava and her table are illuminated. You hear the roaring bonfire from outside the tent, and you feel its warmth embrace you. You breathe in deeply, and the smell of incense graces you, focusing your attention, which is now completely affixed on the center of the table, as Madame Ava flips the first card. And she says, "Ah, the shepherd." Grinning to herself, "The knowledge you require resides within a book, carried by he who tends to a flock of his own making. He is ageless, as is his conviction." And she starts kind of cackling gleefully. And then she moves her hand over the second cards. she moves her hand over the second card and begins to kind of give that mystical waving about. Her eyes close as if trying to will the truth into that card, and her fingers move up and down as if she's manipulating a puppet or something. And then within an instant, the card has been flipped over. And she says, this will not be an easy task. The Avenger has found your only means of protection against Strahd. He guards it with fervor and will not relinquish it lightly. She strokes her chin with her thumb and index finger. Respect, honor, duty. Remember these qualities when seeking the amulet of Ravenloft. And she continues.
Kind.
What?
I said, cough, cough, raven kind.
That's what I said.
You said
You said Ravenloft.
Oh.
It's okay. I knew what you meant.
So she kind of continues. She moves her hand over the next card, and no sooner has she flipped over that second one than she flips over the third one, and she says, "A sword of sunlight will you find in a temple of forgotten lore, of ancient knowledge, a house of evil." And she begins to laugh, kind of maniacally.
Is this temple the Amber Temple?
And she, are you asking that in character?
Yes, in character. I'm asking her in character.
I see amber. Perhaps it is the same. She says, the bishop has given stewardship. He seeks to redeem a mistake once made, and will not willingly part with the sword. And she places, and she just kind of settles the third card in its current position. Let me open up next thing. Sorry. Okay. At this point, she flips over the fourth card, and she says, "Seek the fallen wizard. His mind is addled, but his spells are strong." And she kind of starts nodding as if agreeing with her own self. "Restoring one's mind is no easy task. Patience and cunning will be required." And she moves her hand over the fifth and final card. And she says, "And now we come to it. Your final stand." And with the flick of her wrist, she flips over the remaining card. "Deep within the crypt he hides, enraged by failure, full of pride. Seek him out where his parents rest, and while he sleeps, pierce his chest. But this is not the end, you see, for even Strahd's in service to she. If this god you fail to beat, Strahd will return and reclaim his seat." And as she kind of finishes, all the darkness that's around you kind of starts to weaken, and the light of the candles once again fills the tent. And outside you hear the familiar laughter and merriment of the Vistani.
Did anybody take notes?
I'm typing out notes right now.
Yeah, I got some shorthand myself. I might have to go back and watch it later.
Can we ask her some questions?
Yep, absolutely.
I have a question, if I may. Do you know why my skin is more paler than usual? And why the cold does not affect me?
She kind of looks you over and she says, "There are many strange things in Barovia, and those who have been touched by evil often display its effects. But the same is true when you do good. So, and then she kind of gives a shrug.
Okay.
How else do you know these things? How exactly does it work?
I was born with these gifts. You see, the Ava line it is a calling. I am merely the current one.
Quite fascinating and intriguing. I would love to learn some more.
And so she'll say, well, you're welcome to enjoy our hospitality for as long as you wish. But not too long. Strahd won't kill himself.
Well, unless he pisses off his lady friend.
Well, it seems we got lots of information that could be useful.
Yeah, some places that we might actually be able to use to defeat them as well.
It's quite a lot to ponder
Where
on.
might we find these people?
Sorry, what did you say, Kiki?
Where might we find these people? If you can see visions of this, can you kind of describe it to us?
My dear child, I just did. Perhaps such questions should be better answered from the trees you're so fond to speak with.
They don't like me. All
she
they
did- she
say
did-
is, he is the ancient, he is the land, but he was not always.
And when you mention but he is not always, she kind of raises an eyebrow at that, and then quickly kind of recovers her poise and, well, I don't really talk to trees myself.
But what does that mean? Who was the ruler before Strahd?
Oh, it is said that before Strahd, the land was ruled by the Fanes. Have you heard of them?
Perhaps I have.
Well, I don't know that you would call them gods, per se, but they were definitely powerful. And some say immortal, though we don't know where they are now. And she says, all that we know about them is before they were in charge, and now they're not.
Curious, that one. Very curious.
And, with the music playing and whatnot, you see that familiar face of Grigori kind of pop his head in. He's like, you guys aren't going to stay in here all day, are you? Come, dance with us. Join in the merriment with our friends. And then he just goes back out and he starts dancing around.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much for your information. Very much appreciated.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
And then she kind of starts laughing all crazy like again.
I give a slight bow before stepping out.
Okay. All right, so you guys leave her tent. You guys are kind of out mingling with the other Vistani.
I'll join in with the music.
Okay.
I would like to kind of step aside and where is it? meditate on the cloak that I got.
Mhm.
So that's what I'm gonna do to unlock it.
Okay, so you want to attune to it?
Yes.
Okay. Yep.
Kiki, he's gonna go start talking to one of the horses.
Okay. So Rose, just to kind of describe what I kind of envision the way that looks is like you're basically you kind of have this you have it like in a really respectful way, and you're kind of almost saying a prayer to Bahamut is your god, right? That's who you serve.
Yep.
Okay. So I kind of see you like saying some kind of prayer to Bahamut and meditating on it and whatnot. And that's kind of what that looks like to me.
Yep.
So you just kind of find a somewhere kind of secluded to do that. Kiki, is there anything you want? Are you just kind of just generally talking to the horses, or do you have any specific questions?
She would rather be around animals than people, so she's just chatting along with them.
Okay, and then Antonio and Owen, were you guys joining in the merriment and dancing around with the Vistani?
Yeah, I will maybe try to awkwardly dance around in that, as I don't see Antonio being the greatest dancer. He's more of a tinkerer.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Owen's just kind of standing close to the group, just kind of keeping an eye on things.
Okay. So he's being kind of a stalwart defender type.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. So this continues on, and as they're going, you hear comments from them. This will go on for about an hour, and then you'll hear comments from them about plans to party for the rest of the day, all the way into the night, and about this time, about an hour's gone by, but about this time, Irina's like, I really think we should be getting out to Valaki. I don't know if we can stay here for as much fun as they're willing to have.
There is one thing, I don't mean to interrupt you. There is one thing I would say to the horses, is that this is a beautiful land, and I'll tell them about the land I come from, and I will mention to the horses, if only you could ever leave this place and see the things I've seen.
And they'll say, yes, that would be fun.
Aw, too bad I can't take one of you with me.
Yes, we should probably be heading out soon.
I agree.
Yes.
As nice as it would be to stay here, I think we should be on the move.
Okay, and which way do you guys want to go? You have two choices. You can follow the path back up the trail where you came from, kind of backtrack, or you can continue forward. It's not really a road anymore as it goes that way. It's like a dirt path, and you can see up ahead. There's like this big waterfall that they call the Surf Falls, and really like about 1,000 feet up, there's like a bridge that you can see that spans a chasm. There's no obvious ways for you to get up or anything, but that's what you can see.
I'll actually walk up to Gregory. We're on our way to Valaki. Would it be better to turn back and follow the road, or is there a quicker way this way?
Oh, there is no way to get up that way. That's a dead end. It's part of the reason that we like it down here. It's harder for the enemy, for the allies of Strahd to attack us.
And very well, so we'll have to turn back, but at least we gained some useful information.
The answer to your question, Rose, is yeah. I mean, a couple people have time. Depends on how much you can carry, but the answer is yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So I can't leave yet. I have to still tune to the cloak. I'm assuming it takes a couple hours.
Takes an hour.
No, it only takes one. Yeah, you guys, and that's already done. Everyone was, yeah. So that's done.
So what should I add to my equipment then?
Cloak of Protection.
Okay. Is it in DVD Beyond?
Yes.
Yes.
Cloak of Protection. I found it.
Yeah.
So, okay, so I'll go to the group and I'm like, I have an idea on how to get us up the cliffside. If you guys are willing to maybe try it. So I will sheepishly pull upon the paladin's shirt and kind of pull him aside a little bit. It's like, an idea I have is I could get us up there, but only a couple at a time. Should I take the risk?
Oh, I may be able to help get some people up there.
It's hard to say. Only if you feel comfortable taking that risk. I mean, there are other ways. There are other ways to get up there, so no need to, put yourself in any discomfort to do so.
If we really want to go that way, said 1,000 feet?
Uh-huh.
I think I could do it in 10 minutes. If I wanted to go up and down several times, carrying somebody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you could carry. I mean, for sure, like Kiki and Antonio are easy. Those are they're lightweights, right? Owen would be the only hard one, but I mean, he could even mount up on. Sorry, shutting up.
Mount up on the paladin?
Well,
yeah.
I do have
His
another
alignment might change.
new trick I could do.
Okay.
It's not quick, well, but I could take turns flying us up there.
Are you able to bestow that fly onto others, or just
I
yourself?
can only do it once, and so I could give it to somebody else.
Perhaps I might be of assistance. I could carry somebody.
Antonio.
Well, I pride myself on being a peerless athlete, and I feel like I'd be able to carry you all quite easily.
I don't know if you could do it at the same time, but a couple trips.
Give me 1 second.
Needless to say, it only lasts for 10 minutes.
That's perfect. That's about the same amount of time I can break past my limits as well.
Okay.
But Kiki does seem quite strong.
The way up.
Okay. I'll walk up to somebody just randomly and say, "Here, jump on my back."
I'll jump on her back.
Okay. So you jump on, and I can carry you like just fine, but it probably looks really ridiculous.
Yeah, especially since like it would be effortless. Like it wouldn't even be like she's struggling. She's like, "Oh, this is light. This is nothing."
So then we just need the bard, the paladin, and Antonio up. So
And Irina.
So maybe if the bard can get up by himself, perhaps the paladin can take Irina then.
Well, I could always, as I said, give flight to somebody.
Do not give it to Antonio.
Please, I can carry you all up if you grant me that power of flight. I can carry you all, probably 2 at a time.
Very well, then.
Well, we just need to get 3 out.
I will start strumming my lute and cast fly.
Okay.
And touch Owen.
Are we? All right.
Okay, so you guys are standing at the bottom of. I mean, you guys kind of advance up. You leave the encampment area that you were at, and you.
Oh wow!
sorry.
Actually, the fly speed's even faster than I thought. It would have been easier.
Yeah, it's pretty quick. But you guys get up towards the falls, and you look up, and there's no like stairs or anything like that, but it's just a sheer rock face all the way up, and so you touch Owen, and Owen, you now feel like you can fly.
All right. As I am imbued with this flight, I would like to use my channel divinity, Peerless Athlete, for 10 minutes. I can carry, push, drag, and lift twice as much, which means I can now do so at 1,080 pounds.
Damn.
Oh yeah, you can easily bring all that.
Yeah, I'm 55 with all my stuff. Well, plus my weight, but yeah.
Let's see. I am about 107 pounds with all my equipment.
So I'll tell you guys, I have an idea. I can shapeshift myself into something and tie a rope around my waist and can probably carry most of you up too. If I climb.
Oh no, we have it covered. Our bard's gonna fly the rest of us up.
Good.
So you're just bringing me up. The bard's gonna bring up everyone else.
I will say over to Kiki that I will let her take me up.
It's gonna be a competition with Owen. Poor Owen is always competing with people.
It's a race now.
Well, if Kiki is taking Rose and Antonio, then Owen just needs to bring me and Irina.
Yep. So Irina she'll kind of go over and wrap her arm around Owen, and just kind of one arm holding around on one side, letting the bard kind of get on the other side or whatever.
Off we go.
Yeah, and Owen will kind of kick off.
Okay, so you guys fly up. Kiki, what are you doing? You have Antonio.
So I'll just tie a rope around my waist and then kind of tie it around their waist, and then I'm just gonna power climb.
Now, do
all the way up
remember,
the
I'm
thing.
6 feet tall.
Yeah, that's not gonna be a problem. So you're just like power climbing. Okay, so I'm like envisioning this like you're like basically your fingers are just like smashing into the wall, and you're like pulling up, and the flight speeds it's faster. It's definitely faster, but I think everyone would kind of be surprised at how quickly she's able to just like, this is like she's just like you just see her hands just like smashing into the wall, and she's just pulling up these people completely effortlessly.
Oh, she's using her primal savagery to make the claws to stick in.
Yeah, well, and then with the belt of giant strength or storm giant strength, she's just like busting in there, and then she's like pulling everyone up.
I'm tough. Sounds like tough.
So certainly the flight is faster, and you guys are able to get up to the top sooner. It takes about twice as much time, which still is pretty amazing. It takes about twice as much time for Kiki to climb up with everyone else, but you guys do get up to the top of the falls.
That probably saved us quite a bit of time.
Yep. And you guys look around, and again, you can see up ahead. There's mountain ranges off that kind of veer up and down. You're kind of you're walking through this whole mountainous area. Let me make sure you guys are on. Let's get you guys over here. Okay. So you guys are right here on the map. Okay. That's where you guys are at.
I won't be able to do that again until tomorrow.
When I get to the top, I'll just stretch a little bit with my tiny little 1 foot long arms and be like, that was good workout. Haven't happened like that in quite a while. And then I'll just kind of look over at Owen and just brush myself off.
He'll give like a nod.
I think she's trying to one-man you up.
Okay, so Irina, you guys, it's a pretty clear path forward. And the dirt road, very obvious. It kind of meanders through the mountainous range. And as you guys are kind of walking, you kind of advancing. You get to about this point, and you see that the road kind of splits. It kind of forks off, and you can see Castle Ravenloft, which is this over here. It's very prominent, even through the fog. It's definitely, it's not easy to see by any stretch of the imagination, but you can make it out. It's big enough, but you can see it off to the east here, and then up ahead, you guys see of somewhat of a familiar sight. There's these big gates that, like the ones you saw when you first arrived to Barovia, that are standing ahead of you. And Irina will she'll just kind of gesture in that direction and be like, that's the way.
So let's get her quickly to the town that her brother had us promised.
Let's make haste, for sure.
Are these like identical to the ones that we saw before, or is there any differences?
The only difference is that these ones don't seem like the other ones were like kind of the door was like hanging off and they were like busted up. This one, they just stand there, but they're closed.
Do they have heads on these statues?
I believe these ones do not. I don't remember. Let me double check that.
Well, it doesn't really matter
yeah.
technically. It's just the heads were taken off the last one. So.
Right. I don't see it quickly. I don't think that they had their heads removed. I think that these ones were this particular gate was intact.
Yeah. And kind of looking at this, I'm gonna say with a little bit of sarcasm, and that is like, well, it looks like these guys didn't get ahead of themselves, not like the last guys.
I saw one of Gibbs slap you, man.
Okay, so I'm assuming you guys are going towards the gate?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so after winding through the forest and craggy mountain peaks, the road takes a sudden turn to the east, to the west, and you see... Nope, sorry. Wrong.
Wrong handout?
Wrong handout. That's not right. You guys see a man quickly open up a book and pull open the correct handout. Okay. Yeah, this is what you guys saw before. It doesn't actually say if the heads are on it or not. Well, it doesn't really matter. But the fog spills out of the forest to swallow up the road behind you, and ahead, jutting from the impenetrable woods on either side. In this case, there's a mountain and forest. Right, you see all that stonework and everything in that picture that I just showed you. But like I said, the gates were closed, and the difference is as you guys move towards the gates, they just open by themselves and make way for your passing.
That's rather ominous.
Especially that music comes out of nowhere.
I'm sure that there's probably some, mechanical means that the doors open by themselves, some sort of trigger.
Mm-hmm. So you guys continue to advance. The hours are pressing on since you originally set out. You guys are kind of following this generic path. You get up to about this area, right? And you're able to see up and to the left. There's this windmill. Looks kind of beaten up, and it's just kind of sitting on top of this hill over there. And Irina kind of.
I think we lost you.
Oh. I think we lost the DM.
Quick, let's look at his notes.
Does that mean we lost Kiki as well?
I think. Where did you guys lose me?
You said Irina.
Windmill.
That was the last word we heard was Irina. Oh, we lost them both.
Internet issues, probably.
Oh. Yep, that's
One
one
of
thing I've been
the-
struggling with the past
One
few
of the
days.
moon goblins probably unplugged it.
Yeah. I think our internet's acting up.
Oh, something weird's happening.
Yeah. I kept getting disconnected and reconnected and disconnected to Discord for some reason.
Yeah, I had to like close it down and reopen it. Seems better though, because before it was kind of being obvious.
Gotcha.
Okay, so Irina, she kind of gestures in, and just in case you guys didn't see the direction, but she kind of gestures in this direction. You know, because you guys are basically right here at this crossroad,
Okay.
and you see this old mill that looks kind of worn down, and she kind of gestures up this way, and she says, "This is the pathway to Valaki."
What time of day is it if we had to guess?
3, 4. It's probably getting about 4 o'clock. You know, it's getting. It's not late, but it's approaching.
So if we're going to make it to the Valaki, then we're going to have to hurry then.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, let's just put our full concentration in that. Keep our eyes peeled. I guess we should have. Who has the best perception check in the group?
I know.
Probably me or I think Owen.
No,
Probably the
It's
bard.
Kiki for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so who has natural perception check above 15?
I have
Kiki.
17.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Kiki
Same
can
here.
move in front, and then you can take the rear. And as we continue forward, we'll just keep our eyes peeled. Well, let's just
That works
boot it.
because I like my range.
Oh, and I'll stay near Irina.
And if you're gonna be near Arena, I will whisper to you, don't let Antonio anywhere near her.
Oh, and I'll nod.
Okay, so you guys continue forward, and you kind of follow the winding path. It's obviously not a straight shot. You're kind of going like this, and you're kind of cutting back, and you're doing this kind of action, right?
Yep.
As you get to about this location, right around here, right around the bend, the rolling mist thickens, and despite the stillness around you, the cool air seems to renew its attack on your senses, sending shivers down your spine. Up ahead, in the distance, you hear the sound of clanging metal and the familiar thud of horse hooves advancing towards you.
Guys, we need to hide.
Okay,
Down into the ditch.
sure.
I will strum and cast invisibility on myself.
Okay. Okay, so you kind of strum, and everybody just kind of sees you just slowly fade out of existence, and everybody else, you kind of it is somewhat of a, like, there's the road, and then it's not super steep. It's probably 45-50 degree angle down, to the left, and that leads down towards the Sphalic Woods, and then similar up. It's just the road itself is flat, and so you kind of just, I'm assuming you're going down a little, and how far down do you guys want to go to hide?
Enough that if anyone were to say coming towards us on a horseback, they won't see us because they will be a much higher height, so they'll just see pretty well.
Okay.
And I
Alright.
will kind of just stand off to the side of the road so I won't get hit by the cart, but so I can have a clear vision of what's passing by.
Okay. Yeah, so moments pass, and you see, you especially, the bard, you see a mounted figure shrouded in mist, marching. He just continues to march calmly in your direction, and he's just moving forward. You can. It doesn't take long before, especially with a perception like yours, it doesn't take long before you're able to see that the humanoid figure is clad in battle-worn plate, and it's like covered in rust, and they emerge from the mist riding a black warhorse. But something seems off, and you almost immediately spot it. like almost as quickly as you notice something's off, you figure it out, and that is the horse is skeletal, and the rider mounted upon it is undead, and its gaze remains fixed on the path ahead. Do you do anything?
Oh. I let it pass.
Okay. So clunk, 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 clunk. You hear the horse hooves just continue to advance, and the skeletal figure is looking forward, and it's moving very resolutely, very calmly, and as it gets about 10 feet away from you, the bard, its glance just almost robotic. It just like instantly immediately just turns directly to your direction, but it continues its advance forward. But like there's no skip to its beat, there's no adjustment in his tactic. He doesn't reach for a weapon or anything. He just turns his gaze directly at you and continues to march forward.
I will be ready for anything, but I will not engage.
Okay. So he continues to march. He's about parallel with you now. His head continues to move, and his eyes completely fixed on you as he's marching past you. And once he gets about 10 feet past, his head turns forward, and he just continues to march down the path.
Well, I think the coast might be clear for now.
Okay, everybody who was down below, I'm assuming you guys are coming back up on the path and advancing forward.
Yes.
Yes.
We're right by the forest, right?
You wouldn't go that far. It's actually like half a mile between the road and the forest.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So you guys come back up on the road. And you kind of continue towards Valaki. You're following like this way, kind of whoop 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 doing this thing. As you get to about has to be right around here, right this kind of area. You find a young child sleeping in the open next to a tree. The child is sick and is clearly suffering the effects of starvation.
I'd say an hour is probably up by the time we get there, right?
Yeah,
Alright, so I'm visible again. I will, playing a tune to not be threatening, walk up to the child.
Mm-hmm.
Are you doing all right there?
So, where is this child? Like just outside the town?
So you guys are exactly. You guys are still a mile or so away from the town. You can see it off in the distance, but he's passed out. Like he's laying here next to a tree, asleep, out in the open, and he's sick and suffering. So at your voice, the bard, he kind of stirs and opens his eyes and just kind of rubs his right eye and then his left, and he says, "Who are you?"
Well, you may refer to me as the bard, but we're just a band of travelers trying to get to town.
Oh, yeah. I'm from Valaki. I live in the orphanage with my sister. And at the mention of his sister, he just succumbs to grief, and he just starts weeping in the palm of his tiny little hands.
Where is your sister?
We were playing in the fields outside Valaki. We stayed near the path, just like we were told, I promise. But even though we followed the rules, the old woman took us. And he goes back to crying in his hands.
What old woman?
Granny. It was Granny. She took us. And she took my sister and I over to that mill. And he
He's
points.
not shady and up to no good.
Yeah, and he points like in the direction of the mill you guys just passed. And he just says, "She's still there."
We could drop off Arena and then go back in the morning.
And at this point, the boys like he's been, I mean, he's really in bad shape, and he like his weak frame just starts to shake, and he says finally, "Please, don't let them eat her," and he falls, and then he just passes out, having succumbed entirely to exhaustion.
Can I heal him? Like, is he down hit points or just tired?
You can do whatever your character would do.
I would cast. Let's see.
So just functionally, your character, being a healer, your character would have an understanding like healing spells like Cure Wound and whatnot. Those don't really do anything for exhaustion itself, and so that's just something to consider.
Alright. Well, if he's sleeping, I would have cast good berries and given him some good berries if it sounds like he hadn't eaten, but it sounds like we just need to get him somewhere he can get some rest.
He mentioned an orphanage. Perhaps we should carry him back with us and return him.
We could do that, but our first priority is to making sure that she
Well,
is safe.
The orphanage is in the town.
Going to the same place.
So perhaps we can carry him with us. But first, let's get her somewhere safe. Then we can bring him to the orphanage after.
I move to, we drop them off and we move out immediately to get this other child.
Yeah, I agree with that. But before we head in direction of the orphanage, let's get to her wherever she can go to be safe. Then we can go to the orphanage after.
So it's actually the same direction. The orphanage is in the town of Valaki, and so you guys would be going to Valaki.
But shouldn't we like bring her to like a church or something, or someplace to have some protection
Well,
for her?
for the moment, maybe we leave both of them at the church. Irina could watch him.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, we can do that.
Yeah. And as a point of clarity, it's you have the boy with you. He's asking you to save his
Yes.
sister. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So you guys looking to advance? You guys want to go to Valaki?
Yes, Valaki, and then it sounds like go back to the windmill.
I think time is of the essence, so maybe we should rush. Double time
As
it.
much as I'd like to do that, we've been traveling all day, and I mean we've been warned not to be out at night.
I agree with that. We should definitely heed that warning, considering all that we have seen.
I mean it'll be another couple hours before we can get back, and then say we do rescue her, a couple more hours. I mean I don't know about you, but my feet are quite a bit sore already.
Is there a way we could be safe throughout the night?
The only thing we could possibly do if we were to leave. So, here's the thing: we have a vampire who can teleport anywhere he wants, but for whatever reason, he cannot take over this town. So let's say we go rescue this girl. At night, not only are we exposed to whatever comes out, we're also exposed to this vampire.
So you're saying that we should wait till morning?
It's not that I'm saying we should wait till morning. It's just the fact that when we leave, if we were to go get her right now and we leave, we put ourselves in jeopardy. What we could do, before we head out, we have to come up with a strategy on how we can safely return back here, knowing that we'll be traveling at night with a small little child.
I'm subtly, not so subtly, asking if we could use the fortress overnight.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so we can do that. As soon as we rescue the girl, we can probably take refuge in the fortress.
That works.
Okay, so I guess we'll head out then, and we'll just rest in the fortress then.
Okay. So you guys are going to Valaki to drop off the boy at the orphanage, and then you want to set out to the old
The
mill.
boy and the lady friend.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys head in the direction of Valaki, and the old Swallow Road kind of meanders into a valley that's watched over by dark brooding mountains to the north and south. The woods recede, revealing a sullen mountain berg surrounded by a wooden palisade. Thick fog presses up against the wall, as though it's looking for a way inside, hoping to catch the town of slumber. The dirt road ends at a set of sturdy iron gates with a pair of shadowy figures standing behind them. Planted in the ground, flanking the road outside the gates, are half-dozen pikes with wolf heads impaled on them. And the gates are currently closed. And as you guys approach, you hear, "Oi! Who goes there?"
Just a few.
Just a humble band of adventurers seeking refuge, possibly.
"What business brings you to Valaki?"
Personal.
"Ah, that won't do. I need to know your business or you ain't getting in."
We are here to fulfill a dying man's wish to bring his sister to safety.
"What dying man? What are you talking about?"
The burgomaster of what was it?
Barovia.
Village of Barovia.
Barovia.
And at that point, she'll kind of step forward and she'll be like, "I am Irina Indirovich, son or daughter," the son too, who knows? "Daughter of Kolyan Indirovich, burgomaster of Barovia, and these are my escorts. They have brought me here safely to your town, and we seek refuge. Admit us at once." And he says, "Right, but what you think about the devil?"
Devil?
The devil.
He's not a good man.
The devil Strahd is.
And at the mention of his name, he says, "You don't say that name. It's the devil in these parts. We don't much like reckoning that figure's name. Understood?"
Very well.
Right.
Very well.
He who shall not be named. Got it. I don't like him.
Does he have a nose?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So at this, Irina is like, we have no agents of, and then she kind of pauses. "The devil, we are here returning one of your children. I seek to speak with Father Lucian." And with kind of that, they kind of, you see the guards kind of talking to each other, and the guards are very militant. Actually, they don't look like, they talk like idiots, but they don't look. In fact, on the other side of the wall, you actually see like a 4x4 row of the guards kind of marching in like Third Reich style, feet really straight, marching around. It's actually very militant in this location. But they, after a few moments of them conversing with each other, they say, "All right, we'll let you in, but you have to agree to the laws of Valaki. Understood?"
Other than the name,
Okay.
is there any other laws we should be aware of?
"Oh, of course." And then he'll kind of gesture, and he points to the guy and says, "He'll get you sorted out." And then this like really nerdy guy, and he has like really big long nose, kind of a feather cap, and kind of poofy little leg pant things. I don't know what those are called,
Pantaloons.
but yeah, exactly. He comes over here and he pulls out a scroll, he pulls out this really long scroll, and he's like, By order of His Eminence, the Burgomaster of Valaki, Baron Vargas Valakovich, to ensure the continued peace and prosperity of the great and joyous town of Valaki and the security of its fine citizens, all visitors and residents shall comply with these laws in addition to those observed by common custom within the Valley of Barovia. And then he looks toward you guys and rolls up the scroll, kind of nods towards one of the guards, and they open up a little door in the gate. And then a guard walks out and he has like some scrolls in his hand. And he hands each of you a scroll. And this is the scroll. I'm going to put it in that's not the right chat. I'm going to put it in Discord for you guys.
Okay.
And he, as the guard is handing it out to you guys, he says, "You look over these laws, and you be sure to memorize them."
Malicious happiness. Oh my.
And so you just give it a quick. I say quick, but it's actually it's somewhat of a long document. So read over for a couple minutes. I gotta go to the bathroom.
All right.
Oh my gosh. Hey, good morning, Lord.
And apparently we are forced to attend a festival.
Seems like it. And we're gonna like it, I guess, right?
Or just not speak about it.
This is true. Five days?
Well, it says if we're there for 5 days, we have to help set up the festival.
Let's just get through this quickly.
That's okay. Even if you celebrate, it's not that big a deal. I mean, considering that they can hold off the vampire, I wouldn't mind helping these people out.
Also, a good point. Humiliation in the stocks? Oof.
They might not have a stock big enough for you. I mean, small enough.
I don't think they have
Can you
one.
imagine them taking
I'm sure they have some for children.
Oh,
tall sock?
guys, whatever happens, don't let them put me in an orphanage. I'm an adult, I promise.
It's okay, Kiki. If they put you in orphanages, I'll adopt you.
They'll probably put you in too. We're like the same size.
Do we still have that letter from Strahd?
Yeah.
We can't bring it in town.
Ooh, good point.
Oh.
I think we're on his side.
Well, that and it says we can't have any papers with his name on it.
Sure.
Hmm.
Can we scratch his name out and put a different name on there?
I mean, that would work. Doesn't have his name on it.
Spelling mistake.
Scratch it out and just say the devil, right?
Anyone here have any ink and pen though?
I don't think
Oh
I
wait,
do.
Dark has ink and pen. If he can make maps, I mean, if he can make drawings, he should have ink and pen on him. So you can cross it out, blot it out just using black ink.
And I do not have such a thing in my inventory.
Huh. We can just use. Wait, can we cut the piece of paper up?
I mean, we could just rip off the signature.
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
just do that. And we can just burn it.
Or throw it on the ground for all we care. As long as it doesn't enter
But we do
town.
have
Let's bury it. What's what we're gonna do? We're gonna rip it, have you use move earth and then bury that little signature.
Yeah.
Which letter had the name on it?
I believe.
Because the Kolyan Indirovich letter does not have his name on it, which was the letter we got from, I think, the dead corpse.
It is incriminating. It is incriminating evidence toward Irina, though. That might be bad because it mentions that she's been bitten, and they won't take that lightly.
Yes, they might consider that she's one of his. So maybe we can just hide it then. How about we bury it now
Under
and hide it?
the letter I'm talking about is under. It says Appendix B, Death House. There's a Strahd letter handout.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's true. We definitely don't want to be caught with that.
So how about? Does anyone have like a? Since all of our skins are empty anyways, let's just put the piece of papers into the skins and just bury it in the ground and come back for it when we leave.
That'll, again, we could just remember what's on the letters. We don't necessarily need them.
Okay, so let's just bury it then.
Okay. I'll take it from whoever has it, kind of crumble it in my hand, and I'll look at one of the guards and say, "Would you excuse me for a minute? I feel a little bit sick. I'll be right back." And then I'll go over against a tree, kind of lean over, flip my hand with mold earth, and go "Bleh," as I'm dropping the letter in, and then mold earth back.
We're removing the letters that have
Okay.
Strahd's name in it.
Yeah, so you're able to cover it up, no problem.
I will mention to the tree I leaned on, "I'm sorry, I'm not really sick. I'm just pretending. I wouldn't do that."
He is the ancient. He is the
Oh, for the love of dogs, I've heard this so many times. Learn to be communicative.
Okay, you guys have a chance to read over that beautiful piece of paper.
Yep.
Yep,
All will be
they're
well.
really into their festivals.
Really into them.
And that's why we're removing anything that has Strahd's name in it.
So at this point, the guard, now that you guys have read it over, he looks at you and he says, "Right, now for the test. You," and he points to the bard, "what is malicious unhappiness?"
Oh, you're really testing me. Hang on. I got it. Did I accidentally close it? Mentioning the devil's name by name, refusing to attend your festivals, and speaking ill of the festivals.
Very good. And you, and he points over to Rose. He says, "What is Valaki's opinion on theft of coin or property?"
Oh, it's 1 gold piece from no more than 1 gold piece from Valaki citizen or visitor shall be punished with 1 day of public humiliation in the stocks and other suitable retributions. Actually, just finished reading that.
And what if what they steal is worth more?
If it's worth more, property value from Valaki guard shall bear the punishment of no less than 6 days and no more than 24 days of public humiliation in the stocks or suitable restoration.
Right, very good. Now, and he hands out a ink and quill to each of you. He says, "Now, as agreed, you must sign these documents and keep this registry on your person whenever in the town of Valaki." And you guys, he'd look for you guys to be signing down at the bottom where it says registry. And I'm assuming all of you sign your names on there, provide the
Yep.
information.
Yep.
Okay.
Does it have to be my full name because there's not enough space?
I don't know if they would
Do you
take
act-
my moniker.
It's a great question.
Without anyone as possible looking over my shoulder, I will sign my actual name.
Okay.
Kiki will sign her full name as well. Kasana and Variana, Kylene and Nara Yamira Banzai.
Kiki's just like sitting there furiously scribbling away. What are you writing? I'm just putting my name in. Hold on.
Just Kiki.
Yeah. Okay. He says, all right. And he looks over everybody who signs it. He kind of looks at it and, all right, go across the way and seek registration. You must register as agreed. You must register all weapons on your person. And he just kind of motions each one of you in one at a time to go through process. And on the other side, there's a man sitting at the table, and he's like, list of weapons. And let's say Antonio's first. Like, list your weapons. And he's like,
I'll just say mace, hammer.
And do you have any other weapons?
It looks like a crossbow and dagger as well.
Okay. He's like, right. And you see him writing. He's like, place them on the table, and he's like describing them. He's like writing them out and describing what they look like and everything on this piece of paper. And he's like, any magical items on your person?
He does say, do you have this? And I kind of hold out what looks like to be a chess piece.
And he kind of looks at it and he goes, rook chess piece. He's like, right. What's it do?
It says it turns into a fortress that we can stay in.
Well, you won't be turning into no fortress inside here, right? You ain't gonna be destroying our town, our village, are you?
Don't plan on it, sir.
Very good. Next. And he like dismisses Antonio, and he pulls up the bar and he says, name your weapons.
I have a short bow and a dagger.
And do you have anything else?
No, that's the only two weapons I got.
Okay, so then he's describing it. And then he's like, any magical items on your person?
And I pull out my loot.
Magical loot. Every bard thinks their loot is magical. What's it do?
It allows me to cast a few spells, and if anyone plays it other than me, well, they get a splitting headache.
Of course they do.
Would you like to try, then?
And he you see him like write down, the bard thinks only he can play this this loot, blah blah blah. He's like totally being obviously he thinks you're full of shit.
By all means, give it a shot. I
know,
warn you, it
I
will
know,
hit.
busy. Like my job's to take down the notes, not to play with your fancy little loot there. Next, you go ahead, Dark.
I was gonna say it's like I'm gonna come in and like try pulling the bard away. I'm not trying to provoke him.
So he says next, and then let's say Kiki is up next.
I'm sorry. Can I do it real quick? Because
Oh, yeah.
I was getting ready to go for work, and that'd give me a perfect chance to run down.
Absolutely. Name what weapons you got.
Owen will take his flail and his mace and his mace of disruption and his shield and just kind of start stacking it on the table.
He's like, it's like this little arsenal. He's like, my God, you prepared for war, aren't you?
He'll give a smile and he's like, I'm a gladiator. Oh, I forgot. There's one other thing I need to have you list. He'll like kind of roll up his sleeve and like put his arm like right underneath the guy's nose and flex, so that his muscle kind of smacks him on the nose. And he says, and this sheer musculature.
Roy, you're funny, man. So he like writes it down, and he's like, I'll get that noted right away. And he writes, scrawny arm.
You
You'll
go.
hear Antonio from outside go, show off.
Magical items.
Says, yes, I believe this rather fantastic looking mace here has some magical properties. Only against the undead. You don't have to be undead.
An enemy of the devil. My kind of weapon. And he writes down like some, nice words about it. He's like, this man's clearly an enemy of the devil, blah, blah, blah. And he like writes down all this. He's just intrinsic detail about the weapon. All the little symbols and stuff on it. He says, all right, next. And Kiki comes up. List your items, list your weapons.
Okay, so she'll open up her bag. She'll walk up. She's probably as tall as the table is. So then she'll pull out a club and say, "This is a club." And she'll pull out another one. "This is a dagger." She'll pull out another. "This is a dart." And she'll pull out a javelin.
And at this point he kind of looks over to like Owen and everybody else, and he's like, "Whose child is this? And why are you giving it weapons?"
You call her a child.
I will speak up in Kiki's defense. She's like, she's not a child, and she is actually quite formidable.
Why don't you try arm wrestling her?
I don't arm wrestle little girls.
She'll
Scared you get
continue.
beat?
This is
I'll save that for the scrawny-armed gladiator over here. And he'll just kind of gesture at Owen.
Oh, I know what I'm doing as soon as we're done checking in.
Y'all keep going. "This is a sling. This is a spear." And then she'll say any magic to declare. And then she'll just cast Primal Savagery and just kind of stick her middle finger up under the table with her claw. That's it. That's all.
So, let me be clear. You're casting Primal Savagery, turning your hands into claws, and then busting through the table that he's standing and like flipping him off.
No, just under the table she was doing Primal Savagery and flipping him off with her foot.
Okay. I thought you said you busted it through the table. And I was like,
That would probably not go well.
someone's gonna go visit the stockades real fast.
Yeah, that wouldn't go well.
Okay, yeah. So, any other magical items? He's asking you, Kiki.
Yeah, sorry. Goblin intervention. One
Yeah.
second.
Okay. So what I want to do is definitely not against the law.
You had to reread
Yep.
the document. Okay, so last but not least, he brings over Rose.
Do a
He
prostate
says,
exam.
List your weapons.
I just have a sickle and a yawl. That's it.
And do you actually have anything else?
No, I have no other weapons.
Okay. He says, list your magical items.
I have this ring, and I have a cloak.
And he writes them down. What do they do?
The ring, it lets me store healing spells that I can use against the undead, and the cloak just gives me extra protection.
Right. Another enemy of the devil. Oh, I like it. And he writes down like all these positive words about that. All right, welcome to Valaki. And I'm assuming that Owen would probably be the one who was carrying the little boy that you guys found on the trail.
Probably.
So he'll kind of gesture and be like, "Who's this?"
One of your own. We found him on the road. Apparently his sister was taken away, and once we drop them off, we're going to go try to save her.
Take him to the orphanage. Can't miss it. Follow the road on the right.
And I take it by now we're starting to leave. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to pull out my lute, start strumming. He needs to make a constitution save.
Okay. I did not have his stat block up.
Needs to 14 or more. I'm hoping he fails.
I'm really curious.
Damn it!
What you're doing?
17.
Damn it!
So he resists.
What I was gonna have him do is just have him start levitating like 3 feet off the ground.
So you kind of, so at that point you'd kind of see like he would feel like a force against him, and like he just kind of, he doesn't know where it's coming from. He has no idea, right? But you kind of see him like struggling, and he like like pulls himself down and like kind of flexes a bit, and kind of clenches up, and then starts like looking around and looking underneath the table and stuff like that. He's looking around himself,
And I'm still just playing my lute.
and then he'll go back
I'll
to his
give him a
business.
nod.
Okay. I assume you guys head to the orphanage.
Sure.
Okay. Let me find.
Damn, I wish he failed. He'd just be floating in the air for a bit.
I thought we were going to the church instead of the orphanage.
It's your guys' call. Whichever one you want.
Because we should definitely get her somewhere safe first before.
We'll drop them both
Venture
off.
off to-
Maybe the priest or whatnot can take them to the orphanage, or they can look after them until we return.
Yeah. Just so we're clear, like right now it's probably around 5:30, 6 o'clock ish.
So from the windmill to there, how long did it take us, do you think?
Probably about 2 hours.
So we could get there by about 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
I will leave it to the group, but I fear what would happen if we don't make it in time.
So let's drop them both off at church, and let's head out. And the priest can deal with the little boy.
Yes, being a man of the cloth, I'm sure he'll understand.
Yes. So let's get it done with, and let's head out.
Do any of the buildings look overly churchish?
So, would you guys kind of go through the town? It's on the far end, on the west side. Oops.
Probably.
It's pretty obvious. This one over
okay.
here. That one is the church. And you guys came in, obviously, from over here.
So we're going to quite literally boot it to the church and knock, and just not even knock. We're just going to barge in and be like, hello, who's the priest of this place?
Okay.
We need to speak to someone immediately.
Okay. Yeah, so you guys you guys get to the church and just kind of open the door. It's not locked or anything, so you don't have to like burst in violently unless you want to. I'm imagining you just open it up in haste.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So you guys go in there and you see an old man, and he's like, hello, how can I help you?
Hi. We don't have a lot of time to chit chat. We have a little boy and a woman who need refuge immediately. Could you please take them in?
Oh, Irina, is that you? And she's like, yes, Father Lucian, it is me.
Perfect. You guys know each other. Let's be off.
Well, it's not safe here anymore.
Oh.
Son of a
But
bitch.
If you are in haste, I would be happy to recount the lost times, the good old times with Irina here. And he's just like talking real slow. He's this old dude.
Yes. Talk about all times with Irina. We'll be back as quickly as we
We'll
can.
return in the morning.
Yes.
But
yes.
I can't take the child. Take them to the orphanage.
Could you do that for us? It would be fantastic if you could have someone come and pick up this
We need to
child
go
for
save
us.
his sister quickly.
Yes,
Ah.
yes. We have lives at stake here.
What
Yes,
does he mean by them? We only have
saving
one.
lives is very important.
Yes.
It is
Especially
the Lord's
since
work.
exactly, and it's against the devil, so we must go quickly.
I
if you-
suppose, but I don't have much to take care of this child with.
That's okay. You can have a townsfolk take him back to the orphanage as we run off. Or do you have any berries with you?
The orphanage is on your way out. Why
Yes,
not drop him off?
that's an extra trip. We can just run away and go to the place and stay with his sister. How about we give you some berries that you can feed to him when he wakes up? That should be more than enough for him.
Very well. I will do what I can.
Okay. Do you have any berries on you?
Yeah, one moment.
Well, aren't you a cute little girl? What's your name? And he goes over to Kiki.
My name's Kiki Ear Buns. Would you like to get to know me?
Why, yes, I would. I'm always looking to save those who are lost from the path of the Morning Lord.
Oh, I'm quite good at finding my way. Thank you, though.
Let me tell you about the Morning Lord.
Okay, I'm gonna shove the good berries into his hand and say, "Okay, I must be off. Bye."
Okay, I literally grab everyone. It's like, okay, let's go. Thank you, Mr. Priest. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
As we leave, I'll look at
Guys,
Irene and be like, we will be back in morning to make sure everything's right.
Okay, so let's go.
Yeah.
We literally ran out. Well, I more or less push everyone out.
Okay.
Okay. So you guys are, as you guys are kind of running through the main roadway, about midsection ish, you're stopped by a couple guards and like, halt! What you doing? Why are you in such a hurry?
Lives are at stake.
We have yes.
Oh, well, we ought to come with you. Where are you going?
The windmill. Do you want to come?
Oh, I have duties here in Valak, I'm afraid. Good luck.
And then we keep running.
You see them they kind of scurry away. So yeah, okay. So you guys beeline it.
Okay.
You head towards the old windmill. You guys are able to get to you're able to get to that entryway that you guys originally saw without any kind of hassle. It is dark at this point.
Okay.
The sun has set, but you can see in the distance there's this onion domed edifice that leans forward and to one side as if trying to turn away from the stormy gray sky. You see gray brick walls and a dirt-covered window on the upper floors. A decrepit wooden platform encircles the windmill above, a flimsy doorway that leads to the building's interior. And perched on a wooden beam above the door is a raven. It hops about and squawks at you, seemingly agitated.
What is it, little raven bird?
And you hear it, Kiki, you can understand it. It just says, look, and it's like tapping at this pie. And it says, look, and then it flies off.
I will pick it up and look at it.
Okay, so you pick it up. You take a look at the pie, and inside the pie, you see little bones.
Oh no.
Well, who ate these last time? I don't get the feeling these were very good, and the meat pies weren't animals.
Of course, we're probably dealing with witches or something like that.
Oh, it's probably much worse.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised.
2 witches?
The bog witches.
The
What is it?
hags.
Brokeback bog? The hags, yes. Yes.
Yeah.
The ladies.
Right. Are we supposed to be able to see anything?
Yeah, it's a black screen.
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay,
I
okay.
haven't placed you guys just yet. Real quick here. Do we want to take a quick little break, deal with some goblin issues, and maybe bathroom break, that kind of thing?
Sure.
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 Okay, let's take a quick little 10-minute break.
Okay. Back by about quarter after then.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm back.
So is everyone in which one I've been doing?
I have returned.
It's pretty hot.
So reading the laws again.
Yeah.
Nowhere does it state we have to declare magical items.
Yep, he just
Yeah,
asks you.
I could have been a dick and been like, well, you'll never know. But you need to tell me.
I really just showed him a chess piece.
You have to tell me. No, not according to your laws. No, I don't.
I don't think I declared my belt of giant strength.
Actually, yeah, you didn't.
He didn't. And he didn't write it down because he couldn't see your belt. Because you're just a little kid. And that's what he thought of you.
Wouldn't that be a nasty surprise if necessary?
I so wanted him to freaking levitate and be freaking out. Because again, it's not against any laws. I'm not causing any harm. And think of the merriment of being able to fly.
Freaking real, I'd be like, yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah, I don't got any fun spells like that.
I still got to figure out what 3 spells I'm going to add to it.
I was tempted when he called me a child to use mold earth underneath him and make him as tall as I was, but that probably would have been seen as a hostile action.
Possibly.
Quite possible it would have been him, yeah.
I can say right now I would be quite a bit nervous standing outside of this door because knowing now that they eat children, they're probably going to want to come after me. So don't let them eat me.
It's okay.
Oops. Saw something for a second.
Yeah, I'm messing with the dynamic lighting settings on this.
Don't worry, we
okay.
won't let them eat you. For that invisible spell, can that spell be cast upon anyone, or can only be cast upon the user?
Anyone? I have to touch them. I can only do it once a day, and it lasts an hour, or until they do a hostile action, or until they do an action.
I can only at night go through walls. If you were to cast the invisible spell on me, I could walk through the walls and try and find this little girl.
Good point.
Well, live and learn. Wow, that was good timing on that. The map showed up and it was like, dwang.
So, you guys want to try that?
Well, I can't.
Me go invisible. You can't cast it
I
upon
can only
me?
do it once a day.
Oh, and you already used it against yourself.
Yeah, when we saw the guy.
Okay, sorry. Yep. I'm so sorry.
But it's entirely possible.
What did I use? I'll lose. What's my stealth? I do have an advantage. I mean, not advantage. I do have a +3. I guess I could try stealth and go through the walls and see if I can find them.
I can wild shape myself into like an insect or something, and then like scout the place.
Just be careful not to get swatted.
That would be
yeah,
unfortunate.
well,
I should just turn back to normal.
judging by the place, I
That
think
might be
I
worse.
blended quite well.
Sure, we can. Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. Is everybody here?
I think so. Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So you guys, you saw the bird. It was saying, "Look, look." She saw bones inside the pie, and then it flew off. What do you guys do?
So the plan we came up with for her to shapeshift, into a bug and fly inside.
Or a scurry or whatever she got to do.
Yeah.
And perhaps the rest of us could act as a diversion.
Sure. So you want to run it? We want to try and kind of run that simultaneously. The idea being someone knocks on the door and tries to talk to him while Kiki sneaks in somehow.
Sure.
I like that. Before Kiki goes off, and right before kind of the plan is enacted, Owen would like to cast Shield of Faith on Kiki.
Okay.
So just to give her a little shimmering.
A little extra.
Yeah. You never know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I will wild shape into a spider. I think I have that template, so it should work.
okay. Yeah, you wild shape into a spider. Everyone else would notice your spider form is a bit skeletal and has like pus coming out of its bone areas and blood coming from its fangs.
You. I think there's something
Yeah.
wrong with Kiki.
It's a pretty metal-looking spider.
Hey, I don't go halfway with things, guys. I mean, if I'm gonna be a spider, I better look at the part.
And you could be talking to them because you have telepathy.
Hey guys, I'm a spider, and then go away.
Oh my god.
Look, the part.
Okay, so I take it Kiki, you're climbing up, you're looking for a way in, right?
Correct.
Okay, so give me a perception with advantage, and while you're doing that, what is everyone else doing?
I'm kind of standing behind them,
Okay.
hanging out.
I'll kind of be hanging back with him as well, waiting for either Kiki to say to go in or, wait for any other signs of distress.
Okay. Owen and the bard?
Owen was gonna knock on the door.
Yeah, I was going to wait until I see Kiki get in a window and then knock or something.
Perfect.
Okay. So everybody's just kind of waiting outside. You're waiting for Kiki to find something and give a go ahead?
Yeah.
Okay. So Kiki, as you're climbing around looking for some kind of entrance, the windows are actually, they're not, there's no broken little bits for you to climb into, but up in the very top you find there's like a little hole that you can kind of crawl in, and you're going through and you're kind of finding your path, and you find your way into what appears to be an attic.
Okay. I will crawl in then. Do I see or notice anything?
You're looking around. It's like really dusty. There's nothing of value up here. They're not even storing anything in here. But you do see a spot pretty much where you're standing that appears to be an entryway down to the lower level.
Okay, I will kind of spin myself a web and then suspend myself down slowly.
Okay. So as you kind of crawl through the narrow cracks and whatnot, you descend. You're sitting above two women in this floor, and they are ugly, nasty looking women with their flesh is one is green and one is blue, and it appears like they're wearing the skin of people. They have strange ornaments of like bones and skulls and things like that, fingers on
The
their
hags,
person as
yep.
part of their belt, kind of like dangling down. And they have stuff, their hair is all kind of oiled and slick and disgusting. And they're kind of cackling and laughing as they poke at two children that are held in cages on this floor, a little boy and a little girl. And the little boy he's tired, he's overweight, and they're like, keep eating. Many pies we'll make from you. And the little girl is just like cowering in fear in the corner.
So the little tiny spider body will just I'll just shudder and then I think I'd crawl onto the ceiling of this floor and just kind of watch and see if they leave the room or anything.
So they're kind of sitting here talking to each other. They're talking about ways to improve. They're talking about some potion, some way to improve the effectiveness of their bakery goods. They're talking about how long they think it'll take for the girl to fatten up, for them to cook her. But the boy he's ready and he'll go in tonight. And as they're talking about it, you can actually hear downstairs. You can hear the oven fires burning.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, I would definitely climb back up then and climb out, and then have you guys already knocked on the door?
No one's knocked on the door.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
I would
So
climb out the hole and then signal to them. If they could even see me, I doubt they could see me that far up.
You have telepathy. You're a ghostwise halfling, so.
Oh, true. I would send a message that there's two of them upstairs, two children. They're planning on cooking one tonight. That's all I know so far.
I guess.
Oh yes.
So
cat.
I'll of course it's tags. So I'll tell
say-
the group that's with us. I'm gonna go around back, and maybe we can surprise them.
And I'll say, I do got an idea. We just need to get him outside.
The hags.
Yes. Well, whoever's in there.
Okay, well,
I can try to cause a distraction.
at this point, I walk up and knock on the door.
Okay, I'll start walking around the back then.
Okay.
I will crawl back in as a spider, and I will watch and see if they move at all.
Okay, so Kiki, you're kind of chilling on the third floor, or on that floor with the two hags and the two children. Okay, and then Rose, you're sneaking around behind. Bard, you're gonna knock. Owen, Antonio, what are you guys doing?
Owen's right up at the front door as well.
Okay.
And Antonio?
I am gonna come around, be stationed right over here, hopefully out of sight. And then I'm just gonna as someone on there's like make sure you get them outside. I have an idea and stay clear.
Okay. So the bard, you knock on the, you knock on the door, and Sydney, you see the two kind of look at each other, and they shapeshift before your eyes, and they turn into normal-looking women, old women, but normal-looking women.
Do I hear
And
this knocking?
yeah, you could hear the knocking.
So while he's doing that, I'm gonna face to the wall.
Okay. So you have to sacrifice a hit die to do that.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, I can't enter the house though. You have to move. There you go.
Yeah. So you enter into the house, and on this first floor, what you see is it's all this. It's actually all these baked goods. It's actually really clean in this area. There's food, bread, etc., flour, whatnot, all arrayed all along the floor. Over here is the oven, and the fire is burning, and you can hear footsteps moving up above you.
Okay. I'm gonna wait and listen for the conversation for them talking.
Okay. So Kiki, you see one come up and says some things, and the other one, one of the other ones, goes down the stairs.
So I'm still in the room with one of them.
There's two of them.
Oh,
So, Rose, you are hearing footsteps advancing down the stairs and kind of crossing over this wood floor towards you. Are you doing anything?
I'm gonna use my fire breath on the furnace.
You're going to light up the furnace?
I'm gonna destroy the furnace.
Okay. Okay.
I just gotta find it. Okay.
All plans go south once it goes into action.
So,
Did it roll? I don't think it rolled. There we go. I think it rolled. I'm not sure.
Yeah, 5
yes,
damage.
it did. Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, so you breathe the fire damage. It's not enough to destroy the furnace. I mean, it's made of stone and it's pretty solid. And I mean, it has a pretty good fire in there already. And even the extra force that comes from, like, you blow as hard as you can and it comes out, but it only damages it a bit. It doesn't destroy it.
Darn it.
And then you hear a voice say, "What was that?" And the footsteps begin to hurry down towards you. What do you do?
What else could I possibly use? I really want to destroy this bloody thing so it can't be used again. I don't have any more spell slots for that. Shoot. So I can't destroy it. And that's kind of upsetting. Can I use a melee attack? Wait, no, Inflict Wounds is not going to work. For this witch person's coming down, I'm going to use Toll of the Dead. Anyone within 60 feet has to do a saving wisdom throw or take 1d damage.
Toll the Dead requires is that you have to see them, right? So you're saying so you're saying you're readying an action to do Toll the Dead when you see someone come down the stairs?
I'll use that and then use my extra action to exit out the back, like phase back through the wall. So use that as soon as I see them and then phase back through the wall to get out.
Okay. Okay, 1 second.
Okay, so yes, I'm gonna wait to see them use it, then exit out.
Okay. So you're sitting there waiting. The footsteps stop, and you hear. Let's see. What was your passive perception?
My passive perception is 14.
Okay. Yeah. So you don't hear anything anymore. Like the footsteps were moving around, pretty hustled, and they were moving in your direction, and then they just stopped. And you don't hear anything.
I'm gonna leave.
Okay.
And then exit the building. Can I do that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm back out. You got to move me though.
Okay. There you go. Okay. So you exit out, and shortly after, you hear from the other side of the door. This is
I mean, the wall.
This is to the
not me.
bard and Owen and Antonio. Yeah. So for you guys, you see a little, like kind of a little slot in the doorway. It opens up, and you hear a woman say, "Yes."
Good day, madam. Sorry to trouble you, but we ran into a little child who said he was coming from here, and we were trying to return him.
A little child come from here. The little boy. Yes. Of course. Yes, we were so worried about him, but we are but frail women, and we dare not travel at nighttime.
Yes, we thought it was very, very urgent. We brought him here before he was stuck out at night.
And yes, and you know boys that age, so rambunctious.
Yes, exactly. In fact, we have for a time been trying to work with the nearby town, Valaki, to try and resolve the problem. And you hear some rustling for a second, and she says, "Here," and she hands you this. So, she passes it through the little slit in the door.
Wait, Granny, is that you?
And it does not look like Granny, so she says, "No, Granny is not here at present."
We ran into Granny when we were in Barovia. Just seeing the name, I was assuming if she was here.
No, this is a letter that she wrote to our good friend Vasily in the town of Valaki. And it has gone unanswered for several days. We've been very concerned about what's happening with the children and the treatment of them. Perhaps you could help with that.
Quite possibly. We'd be happy to deliver the letter and come back, but surely we should get you the boy.
Yes. Do you have him with you? And she's kind of looking around.
He is laying down by a tree, not too far off the road. We wanted to make sure someone was here before bringing him.
Yes. Well, please, if you would bring him back to us, we would happily have him. We've been putting them to work, you see, giving them jobs and whatnot, trying to teach them good work ethic.
Yes, and it helps build muscles at such a young, impressionable age.
Exactly. If he's not too far, please return him to us. We will happily take care of him.
By all means.
I'm going to telepathically say, "There's more than one. I can't see them. Keep them distracted."
Well, if you don't mind coming with us, he seems to be starving. You bring some food with him.
Oh, yes, of course. And she goes and grabs a pie, and she says, "Here, have a hearty meat pie." And by the way, so she kind of slides it through the door, through the crack in the door, and she says, "By the way, have any of you had a sampling of our delicious pastries.
Oh, why, yes, a number of us had some while in Barovia.
Oh, really? She says, and she kind of hands it to you, and she's like, and you can tell that she's watching you carefully, like she's watching the group carefully.
Well, I guess I'll go walk this to the boy then, real quick, and I will just go around the corner.
Okay, Owen and Antonio, what are you guys doing?
Owen will kind of look to the bard to see if, the bard might want him to follow or anything like that.
I'm gonna whisper what I'm doing.
Okay.
I kind of gesture that we need to get in there.
Oops. That's not supposed to happen.
Oh, huh. I wonder who has that ability.
Yeah, or he just
These are not the droids you're looking for.
God damn it, I don't have counterspell yet.
There's no casting happening. I accidentally.
Yeah. No, I kind of figured.
I will just tell you guys, I'm not alone on this floor. I need a distraction so that I can get these kids out.
Can we talk back to her? Or is she only talking to us?
I don't think you could talk back to me. I think I can only talk to you.
I think it's a great question. I don't remember what Ghostwise Halfling telepathy does. You should be able to paste it. Just paste it in the chat.
I don't think I can actually do that.
I know you can talk to people. I just don't remember if it's a two-way thing or not. I think it is, but I don't remember.
I don't have it listed under my racial traits. I have lucky, brave, halfling, nimbleness, and languages.
Yeah, but under there should be like telepathy or something, right?
Might be under features and traits. It says racial traits down below.
Silent speech is what it's called. So it just says that it sounds like it's just one way. So
Yeah.
I just RPG stack exchanged it, and that is the consensus.
Okay.
I just nod to Owen and be like, we need to get in there.
Okay. Yeah, so as the bard's maybe walking off, Owen will kind of turn his attention to the woman and say, you work with Granny?
Yes, we do.
Wait, if you're coming around the corner, right?
Oh, I just walked out of the line of sight of the door.
Okay, so you'll be able to see me then.
I can see you right now, yeah.
I'll kind of wave to you to come to me so we can kind of talk. I'll tell you that. Sorry, I'll tell you that I entered into it, face of the wall. I heard footsteps of something coming down, and then suddenly they vanished, like quite literally vanished. So there is two: one that came downstairs to me, and then one that went to the door. But the one that came towards me vanished.
Well, we'll be ready for it then.
So it's a possibility that you're casting some kind of spell.
So the one at the door, she'll continue with you, Owen, and she'll just say, "Why do you want to know?"
Well, you see, when we met her in the village of Barovia, she sold such wonderful pies. However, when we met her, some of us didn't have the coin to purchase one of her fine pies. But we've since come into a little bit more gold, and we were wondering if you guys had any on hand that you might be willing to sell.
Oh, of course, of course. And she turns and she says, what kind of pie would you like?
Oh, well, coming from a gladiatorial arena, I am no stranger to eating wolf meat and was wondering if you had any on hand.
Oh, of course. Of course, right here. Let me get some meat pie for you. And she turns around and she takes a minute to wrap up a bundle and whatnot. And I'm assuming that you're just kind of trying to distract her, right? You're just keeping her busy.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, so she's doing that, and it's taking her a little bit. What's everyone else doing?
So I've updated the bard on what happened with the vanishing person, and that's all we've done so far.
All right, so I'll walk back over, relay that information to Owen quietly, but then I'll get to where I can be seen by the door again.
Yeah.
And when she comes back, I'll talk to her.
Okay.
That's nice. I'm going to descend down onto the one little boy, and I'm going to tell him telepathically, stay calm. I'm here to help you. Do you know where the bad people are? Don't say anything. Just nod.
Okay. Give me a persuasion check.
I can see Kiki getting swatted right here.
And being in the cage with him?
Yes.
Yeah, that is not going to be sufficient for a skeletal-looking spider with blood and ooze coming out of its body to convince the child that it is safe. So it's going to kind of it looks over. It's trying to eat me, and it like starts. You can see the kid is about to like. It looks like he's trying to build up the courage to scream.
Okay, I will jump off of him and kind of crawl away from him, just like away, so that it looks like I'm running away from him.
Okay. Yeah, so that starts to he kind of, you can still see he's like scared and he's like looking at you like, what in the heck is that thing? It's freaky, but he's also not. The desire to scream doesn't seem to be building up anymore.
Okay. Do I see, like, I have amazing perception, so do I hear like any footprints or anything? It's just I see nothing.
Yeah, it has gone silent. Like, I mean, you can hear the conversation down at the bottom. It's not that far away from you. It's not like these are like really, you can hear the conversation, but other than that, you don't hear like footsteps moving around. You don't hear people moving in your vicinity or below you. You don't hear anything like that.
Okay, what I'm gonna do then is I'm gonna go back up to the top floor, and I am going to get out of my spider shape and turn back into myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just gonna stealthily look down and see if I could get the kid's attention.
Okay. So you're okay. Yeah, you shouldn't have any problems doing that. So you're going up to basically up to the attic again.
Yeah.
Okay, and you open up. You're kind of opening up the door down.
Yeah.
Give me a stealth check.
Oh, this is gonna be bad, guys. Oh, not too
bad.
Not bad. Yeah, so you press down on this. Excuse me. Yeah, you press down on the floorboard, and it goes down. And to your surprise, it doesn't squeak or anything. It just very very silently opens up. And there's a ladder right at the base of that entryway that it seems like there's some hooks on this floorboard that kind of connect to that ladder. And you kind of you have a choice here. Do you want to connect those two hooks? Like you can if you just push, they'll automatically connect, or you can just kind of hold it and keep it from connecting.
I will connect it quietly. Hopefully a 16 was enough.
Okay. So you go and you connect in it. You hear the really, really quietly, but it is, you feel confident that nobody else, if anybody wasn't, the only way people are going to hear that are the same people who would see that. So if there's someone on that floor, then, they probably would have heard it, but you're confident nobody else would have heard it.
Okay. I will very, very quietly climb down the ladder then.
Okay. So as you kind of start to descend the ladder, the little boy and little girl are looking up at you. They notice you and they're kind of, and they look like they're about to say something to you.
I will just put my finger up in like a shh motion, like don't say anything. And then I'll tell them without saying anything. I'm here to help you. You need to be quiet, okay?
Okay. And at this point,
there's one thing I did want to say to the bard when she turns to go get the pie. And Owen will say, we could say that the child refuses to step forward unless she comes to claim him.
That was my plan exactly.
okay. One second.
Oh crap. I feel like I'm gonna be in the room with an invisible one.
That's what I'm thinking.
Oh crap. And
The
perfect
music isn't
timing with the
helping.
sound effect.
The sound effects really aren't working again. Like,
Dark.
I like it.
Dark.
The side effects have been on cue since day. I have
Twinsies.
to say, this campaign has been so good because of the sound effects. I mean,
Yeah.
you guys have been absolutely phenomenal, staying in character, like fantastic. But the sound effects, I have to say, is an awesome feature to adding to this campaign, without a doubt.
Yeah.
But they're huge. Spoiler warnings, because as soon as you hear the piano keys, like something's gonna happen.
Okay. Owen and the bard. She finishes. She kind of finishes that pie that she. I think that's where we left off, right?
Yeah,
Where
she's
was
getting
making
a pie.
for you?
I have
Okay.
I'll just whisper you.
Okay. Yeah. So she finishes with the pie, and she comes back to the door, and she's like, "That'll be 1 gold, Sonny," and she's waiting for the gold to transact with you with the pie.
Yeah, Owen will reach down into his belt pouch, pull it out, and just kind of like put it through the little slit.
So she'll take it and hand it to you. Like, oh. And she sees the bard because you're standing there,
Yeah.
right? And she's like, "Where's the little boy? I thought you were going to get him."
He's asking for you all directly. He thinks we're going to leave him here with no one here.
Oh. Well, we are old women, and we don't have much to protect ourselves with.
I don't mind escorting
don't-
you to the boy. He's not far.
I understand, but the devil Strahd has minions everywhere. I won't risk traveling out at night.
The Devil Strahd, you say? He comes around at night?
Strahd, he goes where he pleases when he pleases.
Well, that doesn't bode well for my friend and I here. Valaki is so far away. Perhaps we could take refuge here for the night at least. Please, we won't take up much room, and we'll stay out of your business. We just need a place to hide for the night.
Uh-oh.
Internet's been wonky again.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
Something's gonna happen. The internet has foretold it.
Here it is.
Yeah, there.
It happened again.
Yeah.
Well, we're the lost city now.
Where did you where did we get?
Didn't hear anything after
No.
he asked you to let us in to rest up.
Okay. So he asked if you guys would. Okay, so I think I missed that part.
Gotcha.
You guys
Yeah.
asked if he could go in.
Basically, yeah, he was asking like, oh, if the Devil Strahd's out and about at night, we need a place to stay. Valaki is so far away. Could we take refuge here? We won't, step on your toes. We just need a place to hide for the night.
Give me the bard, whichever one of you wants to take lead, but I suspect the bard will have better charisma.
Yeah,
So-
probably.
Go ahead and roll persuasion with advantage, since the two of you are trying to convince them together.
And while Owen is pleading, he'd actually like to use one of his divine senses.
Okay. Yeah. So you kind of it's just you just take in the breath and all that, right? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can look at her and you just see this fetid aura around what little you can see of her. Like you see like skin falling off. It just looks gross. And the smell is this whole area just smells repugnant. And you didn't notice them before, but off to the left behind the windmill, there's these monoliths that are sitting there. Those are kind of giving off a stinky smell as well, but you can't really. It's definitely overwhelmed by the mill itself. So that's what you're kind of sensing. You do smell, and then of course the same senses. You see the angelic aura around Antonio and the bard and stuff like that. But those are your senses. I don't remember. Does it go through floors and stuff like that?
Let's see.
That it says that's not behind total cover.
Okay. Yeah. So then it would be that.
Okay. And so does that mean that they feel undead?
Yes.
Okay.
So a 19 on my persuasion.
Oh, yeah, sorry. That is actually, like, you see her kind of, she considers it for a moment. You were really close. You needed
20,
a 20.
yep.
Because it was, yeah. So she considers it for a moment, and then I'm sorry, I can't risk it. As charming as you are, I can't risk the life. I mean, if you are capable warriors, as you say, please, why not just take him to Valaki and return him to us in the morning? Or you're welcome to make camp outside. Just, don't hurt us.
It was not our intention at all.
I suppose if us camping outside your humble abode here won't be too much of a bother, I suppose that should be fine.
No bother at all. Well, if there's anything else you need, we're very tired, my sister and I, and we're going to go back to sleep unless you need something.
No, I believe that would be it for now.
Okay, so then she'll say, all right, good night. And then she kind of closes the slat, and that's that. What do you guys do?
I have a question. Out of character question. Does Kiki have the strength to protect herself and the little kids?
That is a... You can't say anything, Kiki. That is a meta question. So I will say you have to judge based on what your character has perceived of her so far.
Okay, I know she does. My only concern is for the kids. Okay, so I guess since the conversation is done, I'll probably talk with the group. I'll return back to the group. So, the building itself, how sturdy does it look? Like, is it like well built? Is it kind of shaggy? Like, is there any weaknesses to it? From our perspective.
I mean,
how's it look?
it looks. Let me give you guys a good. Looks kind of like that.
So I'll ask the group. If we were to attack this building, because I cannot, on good conscience, let this go. I absolutely cannot, on good conscience, let this go, nor allow this building to stand. If we were to knock down this building, Kiki would still be inside.
As well as the
no way of
children.
talking to. That is true. I'm hoping that maybe by this time Kiki has gotten to the children, or might be able to help them in some way if we were to knock down the building.
Honest.
Or maybe we can warn her, yell, or project our voices in some way to tell her, for her and the kids to take refuge.
Honestly,
if we were to knock down this
right now,
building.
I think our best bet is to see if we can get inside, whether or not it's climbing and breaking a window or picking the lock on the door, which I assume it's locked with the way she wasn't letting us in.
I can unlock it.
Oh, by the way, for that small exchange, that woman has the stench of undeath all about her. She's unnatural.
She's killing babies, kids, regardless.
Well, anyone can do that, but there's something unnatural about her as well, so I would just be careful.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's something unnatural, considering that what we have done and seen, they're sacrificing dragons and everything else. I would not be surprised. But this building will come down no matter what happens. This building's going to come down.
Very well, but let's get everyone out first.
Do you want me to go? Do you want me to go in and unlock the door? Are you guys prepared for battle?
I mean, I am.
Okay, so the very first thing I'm going to do is cast Shield of Faith upon myself.
Okay.
Then I'm going to quickly, instead of phasing my whole self through, I know it's still going to be hit points, so I'll have to cure myself after. I'm going to just phase my hand through. Can I do that, or do I have to be full body?
So if
Because all I want to do
I
is
guess
unlock the
technically-
door.
I guess technically you don't know if you can or can't do that.
Okay. Okay. Do I hear anything on the other side of the door?
Give me a perception check.
Okay. Where is perception? That's persuasion. Perception. Oh, I didn't hear anything.
You hear the soft breeze blowing behind you. Sound
Okay.
of crickets and ravens in the distance.
Okay, I guess I'll take the risk. I guess I'll kind of. Can I see at least where the lock is, like where the doorknob is exactly? From the looking outside, I can kind of judge where the lock might be.
Yeah, so you could make it doesn't appear to have a lock in that sense. It would be reasonable to assume that whatever they've got is like a deadbolt type thing on the other side.
Okay. I'm gonna quickly face the door, unlock it, and quickly phase back out if possible.
Okay. And you mean like your whole body in there?
I don't know if I can phase an arm. It doesn't really give a description. It just says.
Now, I know if you can or can't. I'm just saying you don't know if you can or can't.
You're right. Chose to expand one hit die and move through solid matter. I guess I'll just put my hand through.
Okay.
It doesn't really say anything. I don't like taking risks. You know what? I'll just phase my body through, unlock it, and then phase back through.
Okay.
I'll just do that.
Okay. So to do that, it would take two additional hit dice,
Yes.
which will probably deplete you from whatever you have, right? Because you only have 4 now, right? 4 hit dice because you guys are level. No, you guys are level 3.
Yeah.
3, yeah.
You guys are level 3.
Yeah.
Quick question that I forgot to ask in Valaki. My apologies. How difficult? Because before, I remember this was after Durst Manor. There was one request for it to be harder. Do you guys want it to be harder, or do you guys want it to be easier? Or not hard, not easier, but just not really hard. How hard do you want on a scale of 1 to 10?
At the moment, I think a 1.
Oh shoot.
I'll
S-
say about maybe 7.
7?
so
Yeah.
what do you guys want me to do? Do you guys want me to face the door and unlock it, or
So, well, before we do that, real quick, because you were supposed to level at Valaki. Once you got to Valaki, you're supposed to level to 4. If you want, it doesn't make it easy, but it does help you a bit. And so that's the question: is do you guys want that? It's an optional thing for me on depending on how hard you guys want the campaign to be.
so you guys want to level up to level 4 then?
I mean, we can do that real quick. It shouldn't take too long to level up to level 4.
Yeah, it's up to you guys how difficult you want it to be. I'm just trying to gauge so that we're hitting the right, because it'll be hard no matter what. It's just 3 is like really hard. 4 is a little bit easier.
4 would have made that work because I would have had 1 more point in charisma.
Well, I have it now.
Well, do you guys want to level to 4, or do you guys want to stay 3? Is essentially the question.
I leave it to the party. I'm cool either way.
Let's just go to 4.
Okay.
4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So everyone level up to 4 real quick.
Including me, or...
Yeah, go ahead. Trying to. Don't be giving no hints, Sydney. Shush now.
Now, when we leveled up, our hit point maximum increases. Do we get the additional, so say I got 9 additional hit points, do I get additional, so my hit point cap got higher, but did my HP go
Yes.
up the same amount as well?
Yes.
Okay.
The way that I like to work, because I tend to lean towards more of a high-powered campaigns is what I tend to gravitate towards, and so when you level up, it's almost like a long rest. You just don't get the new spell slots.
Gotcha.
In this case, you won't get the. In this case, but anyway.
That would boost.
That this music is not helping.
What spell?
Oh, come on, give me it back.
Oh, hey, that's a pretty good thing then.
Okay. And divination or enchantment.
Ooh, I gained another enchantment. Or cantrip, not enchantment.
So I gained another spell that we could use, which is silence. We would make absolutely no sound.
Also can't cast spells while we're in it. If it has a verbal
But we
action.
can at least enter that. And then it passes to for centered object, any creature object entirely inside the spheres, and you do thunder damage. Creatures are deafened while entirely inside it. Casting a spell includes a verbal command. Oh, so the bard would be rendered useless.
Useless.
As far as my spells go, I could still shoot, but my spells would be useless while we're in the bubble.
But they also render them useless as well for casting any spells. Verbal spells.
Just 3D.
Okay. Okay, my character is ready. I will admit, I debated taking either my feat right now that I want or the ASI. I went with the ASI. Because now I got 2 stats at 20.
Nice.
My 2 most important stats. That +9 stealth check now. If only I was proficient in thieves' tools, damn it.
Is everyone else still leveling up, or are you guys good?
Just don't take
I
any
am
lessons
good.
from Dark.
On the thieves' tools. Are you leveled up, Rose?
Yep.
Okay. So everyone's leveled up, I think, then. Okay, so let's pick it up where you guys left off. I think you guys... Actually, I don't know if you guys said what you were going to do. I think I interrupted you.
So we're just debating. So how do you guys want to enter?
We need to get in now, so through the front door.
You want to just bust it down then?
Well, I guess we could always just break it down.
It's the tried and true method.
Oh, it is.
If we decide to break it down, I'm going to actually go back here.
Now, remember, they can go, like I said, this person who's coming after me, disappear without a trace or a sound. So we're not just facing people, we're facing people that can quite literally, from my perspective, go invisible and be silent. How do we fight a silent creature? Wait, can we throw a flower at them?
You can try.
Because
There's
we-
flour in the
Because
room.
when because they're the room that I entered into, it had lots of baking goods. We could easily grab the flour and maybe that'll work to reveal their
It's
location.
worth a shot.
Okay, so from my perspective, there's down below beneath us is where the furnace is. I tried to destroy it, but it didn't work too successfully. There's also where all the goods. Above me is where I heard all the footsteps. So, and then of course, as you can see, there's another place on top. So there's at least 3 floors, with 1 in the basement.
Well, I guess there's no time like the present.
Okay, let's bust down this door.
Oh boy.
We need a distraction for Kiki, and nothing like breaking the door, right?
Exactly.
So we're breaking down the door.
Yep.
Breaking down the door.
All right.
Okay. How you guys doing it? What does it look like?
That's not gonna be me.
Good old fashioned mule kick to kick down the door isn't a bad idea. It'll get their attention.
This is where it would have been like a really just over the top opportunity.
Anime style. Both fist house.
But I will prepare to fire my arrow as soon as I see somebody that I deem an enemy. As in, not a child and not one of my allies.
Yep. I take it, Owen, you're going to be the one who breaks down the door?
Yeah.
I think I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to prepare a spell for the first thing I deem as an enemy.
Okay. So I'm not going to make you roll for it. You have, like, you know, the preparation of battle, the fear for the children's life, all that is, like, kind of welling up in you, and adrenaline surges, and you just, like, you just kick that door right exactly where you need to, and it just cracks open. And the door is now, let me remove it so you guys can move in there. The door is now gone. And there is no one inside. You see, you look in there and it's just a bunch of baked goods. You do not hear the pitter-patter of footsteps. You do not hear voices alarmed by the cracking of a door.
Shit, they're invisible. Maybe we should take a dash of the flour and spread it around.
And actually, yes, that's a fantastic idea.
Okay.
Yeah, so Owen would like to barge in and find some flour and grab a nice handful.
Okay. Yeah, so go ahead and move your character in where he's going to go, and everyone
Okay.
make sure you follow suit. But yeah, you're able to find some flour just back here. You're able to
Okay.
find like a sack of flour. Okay.
The GM is being awfully calm right now.
And,
Okay, so we spread the flour.
So you're just kind of flinging flour around down there.
Making a mess, yeah.
Yeah, so you're kind of throwing around trying to find stuff. It's making a mess all over the place, but it's not. It doesn't seem to be revealing or landing on anything unexpectedly.
Okay. If he can, Owen would like to ascend the staircase.
As a wind passes me, I cast heroism on him.
Okay.
So you are immune to fear, and at the start of your turn, you get 5 hit points.
Damn, he's a walking
For
tank.
1 minute.
Okay.
It's not
So
bad. Not bad.
You guys are ascending the stairs. Is this the marching order? Owen, Bard, Antonio, then Rose, or
Yeah, I think
will
so.
go up.
okay. So Owen, you advance up. Bard, you advance up. Antonio, you're right behind. And Rose, are you staying where you're at, Rose, or are you going up the stairs?
I can't even click on myself. So you'll have to move. For some reason, I can't move myself. So you'll have to move me.
Okay. Yeah. Is that where you want to go?
Yeah, I'll head with them.
Okay.
I have a feeling you're stuck in a wall. That's why.
Could be.
And upon reaching kind of the top of the stairs, Owen wants to use his divine sense again to see if he can kind of sense them out, kind of feel if they are invisible. He should be able to sense them still, at least their general area.
Yeah, if as long as they're on that floor with you, right?
Exactly. Yeah, within 60 feet and not behind total cover.
Yep. So you're doing the sniffer thing, and you're kind of moving around. Like you're moving. I imagine you even kind of, because it lasts for several seconds, right? It like lasts the whole round.
Yeah.
So it's like 6 seconds. So you're kind of like moving around and trying to get your line of sight on and whatnot. And so you're kind of going around this contraption here, and you don't smell anything stanky.
And Owen will say, "They're not here. Not on this floor."
This is not good.
Only one way to go then.
Very well then. And Owen, I guess, charges up the next set of stairs.
Okay. So, it's gonna be weird. Yeah. So you're ascending this as Owen is ascending the stairs, and Bard, you're following behind. Antonio, Rose, you guys are all kind of following behind. Owen, you come up to this third floor, and across the way here, you actually see a set of cages over here, and there are 3 children inside the cages. One of them.
You.
Well, that's correct. For Kiki saw 2. Owen sees 3.
Okay, I understand now. Gotcha.
Yeah. So you see 3 children sitting in the cage.
He'll like immediately kind of run up to the cage then.
Okay.
And I appear to be stuck in a wall as well. There we go.
So real quick, just want to make sure I get everybody's actions, and then we're going to jump to combat.
Mm-hmm.
Bard, are you just following?
Yeah,
behind
I'm following
Owen?
behind Owen right now.
Are we pretty much at the top then? Like at the top of this building?
Getting there, yeah. And Antonio, you were behind.
I think we're at where this window is.
Yeah. It's kind of weird alignment here, Antonio. So I'm just going to put you here, but you're at the top of the stairs, and there's just not. And then Rose, you're going to be behind. Yeah, you're right there, but you're right behind Antonio.
Yeah.
Okay.
Try
So
not to step on him.
Okay. Let's do this. And then I'm going to add their initiative as well.
Wow, that's a low initiative roll for me then.
What is this, opposite day? Because I never roll good.
All right, I got a +6 to initiative.
And by the way, I haven't updated. I've been keeping your characters updated in Roll20. If you haven't and your initiative just changed, let me know.
Oh, yeah. So mine's +6 now. I'm sure that changed with my dex going up.
My initiative's now +3.
Okay.
I only got a simple +2.
Oh
boy.
So more or less, we're in a tiny little room, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. However, before there is going to be a surprise round on you. Yes, you guys were aware of it, but yes, you guys were kind of on your guard, but it will make sense in just a second.
Mm-hmm.
So up above you, there is pretty much right above Owen. He's standing right next to this ladder that leads up to this doorway where Kiki, you heard Kiki kind of coming in. I keep doing that. And they are all essentially just hiding up there, invisibly as well. And the second that you get in line of sight, they'd all just rain down on you.
So you're going to be enough room for all of them down there.
Okay.
It's already
So
pretty tight quarters as is.
yeah. So you're. I'm just skipping turns. Oh, let me change the music.
Now,
Morgantha.
now, technically, would I be before Morgantha? No, not
Yes,
yeah. I was
and
like
that-
not with the surprise round, obviously, but
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll do that, and then I'll correct it. And she is just going to. I want to let me cast it. She's casting magic missile at you, so I'm just gonna. I don't know why it won't let me click it, but. And then it has a plus modifier. Oh, there we go. There we go. I'll just push this. There we go. Finally. Okay, so Owen, you take 11 damage.
Okay.
And she kind of, as you see this ugly hag appear from above, she's like, you're just seeing this flurry of magic missiles coming at you from above. You take an additional 12 damage.
It's okay.
And then they're like laughing. They're laughing maniacally at you. And the third one also targets poor Owen. Another 11 damage.
Oh boy.
Ouch.
All right.
now since we were at the bottom of the stairs, how many rounds has it been? Would you say?
This is going to be the very
Well,
first
no,
round.
since I cast heroism.
Oh, it's fine. I'll go ahead and start it right off the
okay.
bat.
I forgot I had temporary hit points from earlier as well.
Yep. Okay, so Rose, you can act at this point, and it's between you and Owen. I don't know which one of you has higher dex, but you guys can choose who goes first.
Okay, so I'm still trying to.
So they're technically above us, right?
Correct.
And not in melee
Yeah.
range.
Correct. Yeah.
I'm gonna use well, I can use one. Oh, I'm gonna use my ring. Oh, yeah, my ring. I'm gonna use my ring on Owen, and I'm gonna use healing touch. I think that's what I put in my ring.
Healing word. The
Healing word. Yes.
Yeah. Mhm.
So where is healing word? Okay. It's first level spell. First level spell. Go cast. Okay, so healing 5, discipline 3. Plus any healing, there's a thing that says something, any healing spell. Oh yeah. No, that's not it. I was just reading it. It says if I cast a healing spell, it
Yeah,
also
that's what the Disciple of Life does. So it's 8 healing in total.
Oh, okay, so it automatically does that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that is so neat. Okay, sorry. So I'm gonna do that. First is use that. Then I'll use each creature of your choice can see a ray. Please constitute protect the spell. I'm gonna use Shield of Faith on Owen.
Okay.
Surrounds a creature of your choice with a range grants it, so it gets +2 bonus. And I can use a slot. And I think that's. Do I have any other things I can do?
You could. Well, you're blocked, but movement
Yeah.
is another thing you could do. Unless you want to say something.
No, I don't particularly want to be anywhere near that. I can, however, cast, because now that I'm level 3, level 4, I can now cast spiritual weapon. So I'm gonna
Well,
cast-
but you did do the healing word, and then you also. Wait, what did you do? It was the healing
did-
word. And
Shield of
something.
Faith.
But it was a ring.
Shield of
yeah,
Faith.
yeah,
That's right.
Yes, that was my 2 spell. Okay, yeah, sorry. Okay, that's it. That's all I can do this round. So I'm not moving.
Okay. Owen.
All right. So looking up, or I guess he'll kind of look to the rest of the party, and he'll say, "Get the kids out of here."
Could you move me up though, so I can see everyone's HP points? Because I can't see anyone's hit points from where I'm standing.
That's fine.
But he'll say, "Get the kids out." I'll try to keep them distracted for a moment. Does your... When does that...
Heroism happens. Let me double check, but I believe at the beginning of the turn. Yeah, at the start of your turn, you'll gain 5 hit points.
Is it temporary hit points or...
Yes, temporary hit points. It is.
Cool.
So yeah, you'll gain 5 temporary hit points at the start of each of your turns.
All right. And so after telling them to rescue the kids, he will use his phase step to teleport upstairs.
Okay.
And they will all immediately take 5 points. Let me double check that. So they'll take 5 points of fire damage each.
Yeah, so you get up there, and everybody just kind of sees this, like fire explode out from you, and all of them recoil, and as their flesh begins to sear a little.
And
Wait, are they undead?
They're not undead. The attribute.
Okay.
but he would like to make a swing. We'll do this other one down here. Let's see. Let me make sure. Yeah, face step is a bonus action. Yeah, and he'll take a swing.
Huh? Nice. That will connect.
All right.
And it's
I
to
don't-
the bottom one, right?
What's that?
It's to the bottom one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a nice hit.
That is a very nice hit.
Yeah, and it's radiant. It only takes the radiant if it's undead or a fiend.
Yes. And so it does take the radiant.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you get up there and fire just like erupts out from you, like blasts into him, and you kind of like do this backhand slap with that mace right across the one down below you's face. And they're just kind of like, they kind of recoil back and they're like, oh, he wants to play.
Okay, and that would be it for Owen then.
Hey, the bard.
Knowing that I am not well versed in locks, I'm going to fight. If I can see it, I would try to shoot the one Owen just hit.
The one Owen hit it's basically right above where you're standing.
Okay.
So, like if you stood here, you could see any of them and
Alright.
shoot them. They'd have cover.
Yeah.
But you could shoot any of them.
Aye, and then I will fire up at them.
Okay. That is going to miss.
Yeah, with the partial cover, I assume.
Yeah.
But then I will use my bonus action and Bardic Inspire Owen.
Okay.
And that'll be the end of my turn.
Okay. So you see you see Morgantha. She looks at you, Owen, and she's like, this lady's got claws, and she swipes at you.
Oh, that just
Ouch.
barely hit.
You have the Bardic Inspiration that you can add to your AC as a reaction.
Yeah. What is it, a D6?
D6.
So 25 AC.
Yeah, so she swings at you, and then I don't know what does your Bardic Inspiration look like when it creates this kind of a shield effect?
Ooh.
As she claws, this like kind of barrier just kind of separates her claws from Owen, and as she scrapes it, like plays a musical note.
I like that.
I like it. Yeah, you hear.
Those Louisa.
Yeah. So she rakes at you, and she looks really angry that she failed, and the other one looks at you and she goes, "Don't worry, sister. I'll take care of him." And she swipes at you as well. But she also misses. Like, she swings at you, and Owen, you actually, you just block up with your shield, and then just, deflect her blow almost effortlessly. And the third one strikes at you.
Oh no.
Wait.
And again, you are on fire. She swings at you, and you, knew it was coming. All that gladiator training, you just, duck down, and her swipe goes right over your head and misses you entirely.
You skipped Antonio.
Yeah.
I did?
Yeah, he's in between the three of them.
Oh
He might
no.
be tiny, but he's still there.
Okay,
sorry,
you guys are
Antonio.
starting with the short jokes already, aren't you?
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead and go, Antonio. I apologize.
Just got
Okay.
overlooked.
So kind of what I want to do is seeing that the bard is standing right beside there. I just want to move. Oh, I can't move.
Oh yeah, it's the dynamic lighting.
Yeah, it's stuck in the wall. So I want to move right in here, just for the attack, and I assume that from where I am, right there, I can see up.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Alright, so kind of the bard would see kind of me holding my arm up, and on my shoulder he sees a device that he hasn't seen before, and he sees like three little lights kind of light up on it, and I kind of squeeze my my wrist, and you see three darts go flying up, and I'm going to cast Magic Missile.
He's got a Predator shoulder cannon.
It was coming from my
3D
wrist.
printed.
It was coming more from my wrist, so I kind of see it more like
Iron Man.
Mando's Whirlybirds.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say that, or Iron Man's little missiles.
So it only casts the one.
Yeah, so there's two different variations that you can cast. You can cast one, and then it applies that damage to all of the bolts, which is optimal in this situation, of course. Or you can just click the button multiple times and cast it, whichever way you prefer.
Well, I think for that it'll cast the spell multiple times, but I think I'll do it the three, essentially 12 damage to all three with all three.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna go after that one right there. That from what I could see, Owen was going after.
Okay.
And then I'm just gonna, for the rest of my turn, I'm just gonna slide back there so that I'm not in another creature's spot.
Yeah, so those darts they just impale right in her, one in her neck, one in her shoulder, and she and she grabs him and throws him out, and she's like, "You pay for that, midget!" And was there anything else you were doing?
I think that is all that I can do at the moment.
Okay. So now it's Rose's turn.
Yes.
Are they in my line of sight? I can see them?
So technically you're still down on the stairs. I just moved you up
Oh,
so you
okay.
can see. So yeah, you could move up and get in here. The only way you're going to really be able to see them is if you're in this square. So you could move in, take a shot or something, and then move back,
Okay,
and that
so
would be fine.
I'll move up so that they're in my line of sight, and I will cast spiritual weapon. Okay, so spiritual weapon in range, last for duration, blah blah blah. On hit, the target force. Is it only one target?
Yeah.
Weapon take form you choose. Cleric deities are associated with a particular weapon. Is Bahamut particular? Wait, can it pierce anything I want?
It can be whatever you want.
Okay, it's a tiny little Bahamut.
Okay.
This chibi Bahamut kind of floating in the air. And I guess I'll attack the one that the other guys have been attacking.
Okay.
Which is
Yes.
Regatha is the one who they've been attacking?
It's Ophalia.
Okay, so I'll attack Ophalia as well.
Okay. Okay, yeah, so you see the dragon kind of go in there and strike. You can't see if it connects or not, but she kind of laughs. It's like, huh, this will be easier than we thought.
And that's
Anything
it.
else? Okay.
Nope.
Owen.
Okay. Owen will kind of in between kind of his shielding, he'll kind of yell back downstairs like, "Get the kids out of here!" And he would like to cast Dissonant Whispers on this one.
Alright, so it's a wisdom saving throw again, and it's on all of them?
It's just to one,
Just one?
only one creature. Yeah,
Okay. And it's the one that you've been attacking?
yeah.
Okay. Alright. Okay, that connects. What does that look like?
He kind of stares at her intently, and his eyes kind of flash like a golden color. And he kind of whispers harshly.
You're ugly.
He says, "The battle arena is no place for old women such as yourselves," and it kind of echoes and reverberates through her brain.
Mm. Yeah, so she like puts her hands up. It's like, ah! As the psychic damage. And she looks back and she's like, you'll pay for that.
On a fail save, it must immediately use its reaction, if available, to move as far away from me.
Yeah, it can't move.
Okay.
But is it frightened, or is it just like on its turn, or does that persist?
Let's see. No, so it's just that immediate. Does it move? Okay, cool. Yeah,
Okay.
so
she's kind of like she's like clawing at the back wall, like, you know, trying to give you space, trying to get away, but there's just nowhere to go. And then she kind of regains her composure afterwards, and that's when she's like, you'll pay for that.
But I think that's it for Owen.
Okay. The Bard.
Hearing Owen call out again to save the kids, I'm gonna try to fire an arrow at one of the locks. I assume they have locks on them, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to fire an
And it's
arrow at a
fine.
lock.
Yeah. Rule of cool. Don't worry. Like, you just you hit it. The lock unfolds. It just took your action to do
Okay.
it. And when you look in there, it is the two children, and Kiki is there. But Kiki does not have all of her attire on her person. She doesn't have her staff. She doesn't have her belt. She is been stripped and is like basically sitting there in a like sack, if anything.
Okay.
Oh no!
Okay.
Look away!
Down the stairs quickly. And I will cast another Bardic Inspiration on Owen. Oh, Owen, you also got 5 more additional temporary hit points at the start of your turn.
So they don't stack.
They do stack.
Does it?
I think temporary hit points just replace each time.
Yeah, it's just replacing. So if I were to take some damage and lose the 5, it just gives me 5. But if
Right.
I don't take any damage, it doesn't stack.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I wish it worked that way,
Well,
but
because because the spell just says you gain temporary hit points equal to the spell
Yeah.
casting modifier at the start of each turn.
Well, the way it was explained to me is
Yeah.
temporary hit points is like a cool leather jacket. You can wear one, but if somebody gives you another, you can't put it on top of that one.
Gotcha.
Like,
Okay.
you can only wear one cool jacket at a time,
Lies.
right? You're not trying hard enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had the same consternation when I found out about that one too, because it says gain, and then they make a big deal about like being able to like the plus modifiers and how if it says you add, then it adds. But anyway, yeah,
Yep.
It's weird.
Gotcha.
Okay, so anything else? You did the Bardic Inspiration and you broke the lock. Nothing else.
That'll be it.
Okay. So it kind of turns to it turns to Morgantha, and she says, "Well, sisters, perhaps we should dispatch of this one so we can deal with that handsome one downstairs." And she casts Magic Missile.
And I'll just rub my
Again.
hand through my hair as they say that.
I'm gonna pipe up. It's like, well, no, she's obviously talking about me.
Yep. And
Do the girls overhear them conversing and who they think is cuter?
yeah.
Yeah, I don't think these would be ones I would want fighting over who they think is most attractive.
Do the girls comment about this?
So this one, she actually casts two. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so she actually casts a sleep spell. So I think it's it's a hit?
Sleep is a No, it just says any.
Yeah,
it just happens.
It just happens. Okay. Yeah. So Owen, he just suddenly gets sleepy.
So the funny thing about elves is
You
they're
did
immune
magical
to
sleep.
sleep.
But she doesn't know that. Oh,
Right.
yeah. So she casts it. She casts it, and she looks at Owen, kind of perplexed, and she's like, "Huh?" Because she felt the power in that one. Like she put all she had into it.
And
That was-
would I be in range of it?
Because
Does
it's a 20-foot radius.
Does it? Yes, the ladder is not 20 feet, so I guess yes, you would. But it's only 20.
But
I think it's 25.
with my
right?
temporary hit points, I have 51 health right now, so
Yeah. So you're like shrugging it off. Yeah, I don't think anybody.
Okay, yeah,
No,
it's just a 20-foot
no.
radius.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. So yeah, she's super confused because she sees that you're weakened, and she's like, "What?" You know. Antonio, the handsome one.
Yes, the handsome one. I think I am. I don't really got a lot left in me for range. Actually, what I'll do is I will take my. Oh, I thought I had a crossbow.
yeah, you claimed it on the.
Yeah.
No, I just can't read. It's a crowbar.
Oh, okay.
So I am pretty much just going to ready my pretty much ready an attack. My short sword and wait for the first one to come down.
Okay. So this one is like, sister, I think this one needs a more personal touch. And she just swipes at you again. And Owen just like catches her hand mid-swing. And what do you say to her?
I'll just say, I've seen rats swing harder than this.
Okay. And she does not look happy. These guys, they're getting pretty upset with Owen. Hey Rose, what are you doing?
So I'm gonna use my spiritual weapon on the same person again. Now, how close am I to the cages?
5 feet. It's just 5 feet away.
Okay, so first I'm gonna use this spiritual weapon on the same person, and I'm gonna attempt to. Now you said that Kiki's inside a sack, a bag, right?
No, that's like what she's wearing. She's just wearing like rags, and they've taken all of her fine attire and whatnot. They've stripped her of her everything. So.
For earth, does it have to be earth or flower work?
Does what?
Oh wait, no, flower's a plant. Never mind. Ignore me. Sorry. Okay, so I'm just gonna attack, and then I'm going to grab one of the kids.
Okay. That connects. Yeah, so you see the little serpent, the little Bahamut, homunculus-looking spiritual weapon just kind of gets up there, and it like slams into, and you see this like blue force kind of irradiate out right where it connects into Ophalia's face.
Serves her right. And yeah, I'm gonna grab one of the kids and then back away.
Okay. Do you have a preference of the boy, girl, or Kiki?
I'm assuming Kiki can move herself. She doesn't need rescuing.
Mm-hmm.
She's just naked, right?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah.
Because
So
I know I'm asleep, so
I'll you're what? You're asleep?
She's unconscious, is what she is.
Oh, I guess I'll grab the little girl and I'll grab Kiki.
Okay.
Now, is Kiki just unconscious, or is she? Can I, by looking at her, because I have proficiencies in medicine and that, by looking at her, can I tell if she's wounded or if she's just under a sleeping spell? I wouldn't know if she's a sleeping spell, but would I know if she's actually wounded?
You could do a medicine check. That would take it would be an action, but you could do a medicine check to kind of do a determining.
Okay, so instead of walking away, I'll use my action then to do a medicine check on them.
Okay.
On her.
Yeah, so you can tell that she's just been rendered unconscious.
Okay.
She could probably you could probably, slap her or something and she'd wake up.
So I have to wait till next round to slap her, or can I do that now?
Yeah, you have to wait till next round.
Okay.
Okay, but you do still have your move action if you wanted.
Yes, I'll totally back away from the cage and all that with the 2 kids on my hands. And next action, I'll use it to slap her.
Okay. So the 2 kids, they'll come, they'll follow out with you, and they'll just should we run away? And then they just look to the stairs
Yes. Run.
So then they run down. They start running down the stairs.
Wait, no.
Stay inside.
You shouldn't be going up. Yes. No. Don't leave. Stay with us. Just go in the corner.
Okay.
Do not leave this facility. We don't know what's outside. Just go in the corner and keep hidden.
Okay. So they run down the stairs, and you can tell they're trying to keep out of sight and whatnot, but they're also kind of watching as kids do to these, dangerous situations. What's going on? They're rubbernecking a bit, and they're just standing right here ish on the stairs, kind of peeking through.
And I'm holding Kiki in my arm.
Okay. Owen.
Okay. I guess he's just gonna take a swing at what do you say her name was? Ophalia?
Yeah.
The one that he's been kind of smacking.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That will connect. Ooh, very nice.
And he'll call down again, say, "Get out and flee! I've got a way to get out." That's it for Owen.
Yeah. So Owen, when you strike, you hit like right on her clavicle bone, and you see like this radiant energy, just like this yellow whitish energy, just kind of spark out, and you can feel her clavicle bone like break underneath the crushing blow, and she screams out in pain. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Does her screaming out in pain wake me up by chance? Or...
Let's do it. Let's say that it does. Why not?
Out of character, I'd rather not be have a rude awakening.
It's okay. It'd be a slough of love.
Okay, let me add you real quick to initiative. On the next round, I'll recycle the order of operations, but we'll say that it wakes you up.
So I guess I feel her wiggling in my arms then.
Yeah. Okay, so the bard, what would you like to do?
As I see Kiki wake up, I'll say, "Find your gear," and I'll look up at the ladies and the one that's been taking all the damage. I'll say, "You know, you're not as cute as your sister, and she's hideous."
Ooh.
Oh no.
And she laughs and she says, "Why, thank you. That's the best compliment I've heard in years." And she looks over and she's like, "Hear that, Bella? I'm uglier than you."
But I'll hold my ground until we can make sure we have everything that belongs to Kiki.
Okay. You see Morgantha, like she's really irritated at Owen. She is really irritated that he is not going down. And so she just casts that at him.
Oh no.
23.
Alright, that is
23
a
damage?
No.
No, it's, yeah.
Oh.
23 to hit. It's gonna connect, but he's
He gets a con save.
He has to, yeah.
Right. I still... So that 23 is against my AC?
Yes.
I'm gonna burn my reaction and use my Bardic Inspiration.
Do it.
Oh! Damn it! Alright. Con save.
Ooh.
That's not good.
11. 11 is insufficient for that 14. So this black beam of energy that's just kind of undulating and whatnot just smacks you right smack dab in the chest. You know, it just kind of starts to envelop you, and you feel yourself weakening. You are now enfeebled.
Oh no.
What does that mean?
It means he'll deal half damage. Yeah.
Well, that's not too bad. Could have been worse.
Good. Depends on your perspective, yeah. And this one, she's like, "Ah, well done, sister." And she says, "Let me show you how I do it." And then she hits him with magic missiles. And you just get plastered with 10 more damage. And you should be getting 5 just as a reminder, you should be getting the 5 temporary hit points.
Yeah, I've accounted for it.
Okay.
Yeah, that burned through it. So I took the 5.
Okay. So she hits you and she sees a couple of those bolts hit you. Antonio, what do you want to do?
I did. I think I did hear. Owen did say that for us to run, right? And he has a way out.
That's what he said that.
Yeah. Okay. And so I'm not gonna quite listen to him, and that I'm not gonna let him take all the glory for himself. So what I am going to do is I am going to take my dagger, and I am going to move right back up here, and I'm actually going to cast Catapult and burn my last spell slot at this one right down here.
Okay.
And hope like hell it hits.
So it does. She was so focused on Owen, she wasn't really paying attention, and all of a sudden you just hit her with. And what did you throw at her?
I took my dagger that I had and used that as the spell to cast Catapult.
Nice. So yeah, it goes in there. It kind of gets turned around, and it hits her right underneath the left eye socket. Just hits her with the butt of the dagger. Just, and Owen, you hear this crunch as her eye socket just broke.
Okay, and then I'm gonna just move right back down here.
Okay.
Sad, I feel so bad for her.
I don't.
And this one is like, these people are starting to piss me off. And she casts Magic Missile at Owen.
Oh no. Oh gosh.
I can't see her HP for whatever reason.
So Bard, you see Owen. At this point, he is like, he is fighting valiantly. Yeah. He is just persevering, but he is really intense.
Yeah.
You. Okay, Rose, what are you doing?
I'm gonna be casting. I'm gonna which is stronger? 1d4. This is a 1d8. Owen's up top, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, but I can see him. He's within my line of sight, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can't do Cure Wounds, but I can do Healing Word on him now. So I'm gonna cast that.
Ooh, nice. 11. Yeah.
As an action, Holy Symbol. I only can do this once, though. How badly hurt are you right now, Owen? So I can't see your HP.
He's bleeding.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to then use Preserve Life. It cures up to 20 HP, up to half of your maximum HP, though.
Okay, so the cap is half my HP, basically.
Yes.
So you for 7.
Okay, yeah.
And so I gotta now checkmark that off. I wish everything was on one page. Okay, and then I'll use the spiritual weapon again on that same person.
So I think Healing Word is a
bonus action,
right? And then so you can't do both the both the Healing Word and the...
Okay. So yeah, that's it then. Oh wait, I'm gonna put down
Kiki,
because now she's awake. Very disappointed that I can't slap her. Tear actually comes down my eye.
I'm gonna say, you saved me. Thank you.
Oh, I pat your little head.
Okay. Hey, that's it, right?
Yeah, that's all I can do.
Hey, Owen.
Alright.
Oh wait, and also everyone else within 30 feet of me also gets healed as well, up to 20 of half your HP. So anyone else who's taking damage?
Nope. Not yet.
I would have, but I didn't, so.
So, with Owen, he would like to use. Let me double check. Okay, yeah, so that's a bonus, so and I don't have cantrips. Never. All right, he'll take a swing. At Ophalia again.
Okay. That will miss.
Okay. And he'll kind of swing. Give them a little bit of a smile, and he'll say, "It's been rather fun," and then he'll poof into mist and use Misty Step.
Ooh.
And teleport back down.
I'll move down. I'll move there so that he has a spot to go.
And that is, I believe, 30 feet.
Yeah.
You know what? Right there's pretty fine, I think.
Okay.
And as he gets down, he's like, I think it's time we leave. Did the kids run downstairs?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
downstairs.
Okay.
You can actually see them. If you look down the staircase, you can actually see them.
Okay.
Yeah. They're like right there on the staircase. So.
And Owen would like to move 30 feet down the stairs as far as he can get.
Okay. And you'd be able to grab. I mean, it's fine. You could grab the kids or pull them along with you or whatever. And you'd probably get to about there. You would have come down this way, right? Like that.
Do I see my stuff like anywhere? Is it laying around, or do I not see it at all?
Yeah, you just see it. It's on the other side of the cages. It's just like in a pile.
Okay.
But that's it for Owen.
Okay. The Bard. What would you like to do?
So I'm gonna get just to the midway to the staircase where I can still see both floors. To cover everyone's retreat real quick. I will bonus action healing word Owen again. Second level, why not?
So Owen he's hightailing it. He's almost down to the first floor.
Oh, okay.
So he's actually out of line of sight right now.
Okay. I didn't think because I thought he only got the 30 feet. I didn't know how far that would take him down.
Yeah, no, he missed his step with his bonus action to basically
then
grab.
I won't do that. Yeah. But I will I'll stand at the top waiting for people to run by. And I will just ready my bow for the first hag to come down that ladder.
Okay.
You'd technically be standing right next to
I'm right right at midway through the stairs where I could still see the ladder.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So you guys see the head of one of the hags kind of pop out, and she looks at you, Rose, and she's like, "Ew."
I'm not standing there, remember? You only moved me up so I can see everyone's HP.
Well, you had to in order to pick up Kiki.
Oh, right. Yes, but I
Yeah.
moved back afterwards.
I don't remember that. I remember you moving back over, and that's why because you moved over here, and that's why Kiki is right here, and then she can see stuff.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So she lobs a single magic missile at you, or so you get hit with 10 hit points of damage.
And she poked her head down, huh?
Yeah, she's poking her head down.
So I get a shot at her.
Did you? That's right. Ooh.
I can only see her head, so I'm aiming for an eye.
Oh yeah, and you nail her. Like It doesn't go in the eyeball itself, but it's like right on the side of the eye, and it hits her right in her face, and she recoils and just screams in absolute agony. And you hear her two sisters start screaming, and it seems like they're actually pretty distracted by that. Actually, like they're all up there, kind of fussing over their sister even. The next one, you hear her kind of talking to her sister, checking her out. Kiki, what are you doing?
I am grabbing my stuff.
Okay, and then beelining it downstairs.
Yep.
Okay.
If Rose is it an action to grab my stuff?
Yeah, it's an action to grab your stuff.
Okay, as a bonus action, I believe I can heal Rose. So, 1 second. I don't know, what is Word of Radiance doing?
Word of Radiance is a PvAOE radiant damage they have to save against. But I think it's within 5 feet.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to heal her then because they're all spells and not cantrips. So I'll just yell at Rose, hey, let's go, get out of here! And run.
Okay, so you're going 30 feet down?
Yeah.
So you'd probably get, we'll just say you get to about there. Okay. Antonio.
I am going to stay up here with the bard, and I'm gonna motion to Rose to get out.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna kind of move like right down. Like pretty much right here on the stairs, just at the top there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Anything else? Reading in action or anything?
I don't have any more long range stuff, so it's gonna be waiting for melee.
Okay. Okay. So you hear this other sister voice kind of continuing to fuss over Morgantha, and like looking at the eye, and it doesn't look that bad. Quit being such a baby. And they're all fussing over each other right now. Rose, what are you doing?
I can both use a spell and I can move at the same time, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna use my. Where the heck is that stupid spell? Well, they're all waiting for me to move. Where is it? Okay, so I want to use the spiritual weapon on the same creature we used before.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm gonna fuck it out of there.
Okay.
Dash.
Nice. Yeah, so you see, from where you're standing, you actually see another blue flash of light, and you hear this thumping sound, and the women again recoiling in anger and frustration at the attack.
Okay, then I fuck it down the stairs.
Okay. Owen, I'll move your character.
Okay.
He's gonna kind of take a quick look back to see if everybody's following.
Yep, and you can see Kiki and Rose behind you.
And he'll kind of yell up and kind of at the bard and at Antonio, and he says, "Don't do something I would do." And keep.
I will.
He'll take the dash action and try to get out and as far away as he can.
Yeah, you have to, right?
I believe so.
He has the kids.
Okay.
Okay, so you actually, at this point, you actually exit the mill, and I'm assuming you're just like booking it down the road, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, the bard.
I'm gonna look at Antonio and just go, we've put up a good fight, and tap him and give him Bardic Inspiration just in case he needs to dodge a hit. And then I am booking it down.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so you can get, with the dash action, you can get all the way outside as well. Are you just chasing after Owen and the kids? Okay. Okay, so you guys, I guess, Antonio, you would see, what you would see is, this isn't out of range yet. Okay, so yeah, you would see these flashes of light. You can't quite tell what's going on, but it looks like there's some kind of battle. There's pink lights and then blue light, kind of flashing back and forth as they're battling up there. Kiki, what are you doing?
Throwing on my gear while simultaneously probably running.
Okay. All right. So you get out. And you're able to escape, albeit a little bit more laggedly because you're like running out, like pulling up your pants and stuff.
Okay.
You know?
For me, I am going to dash down as much as I can, and if I could I, like, on my way past, pick Kiki up and, like, carry her under my arm as she's still done in her gear?
It would probably be too obnoxious just because she's, like, putting stuff on and whatnot. Would you allow him to pick you up, Kiki, or would you be looking to carry your stuff?
She'd probably just be carrying all of his things. It's an action to equip your gear too, isn't it? So that would take up pretty much my whole turn other than moving.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm gonna like be dashing down as far as I can to get outside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Rose?
I'm gonna be exiting.
Okay, you're exiting too? Okay. Then that is where we will stop combat.
I would suggest we destroy the building somehow.
I agree with this. So, if everyone's outside, including the kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want to transform and use my tail and smack that building as hard as I possibly can.
I like it. Okay, yeah, so you transform. Everyone sees, and you're a bronze dragon, right?
Golden.
Golden dragon. Okay, so everybody sees Rose just transform into this magnificent, very powerful looking, large-sized golden dragon, and you just turn with all your strength and just smash your tail right into the base of the structure, and it starts to just. I mean, it was already leaning, and it just kind of. And starts like crumbling to the side and then falling over, and then it falls over, and then it crumbles a bit, and it also starts to roll down the hill that you guys are on, and it's like picking up speed, and it's just rolling, and then it just smashes into some trees down in the Svalak woods.
Okay.
Is there any movement that we can see coming from it?
If the furnace was in the basement, is the furnace still there?
Yeah, like you basically. I don't know if you guys still see this area?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me try.
I'm inside, so you have to move me outside.
Oh, let's see. That area.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, like it cracked kind of like this, just like that. It like broke off, and so this whole section up here is gone. Can you guys see me drawing all over?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Let me put you guys over there so you can see it. Destroy you.
Very,
Oh,
very
I see it now.
Yeah. So it cracked along this area right here.
Yep.
Right? So it's kind of like slanted a bit, and then all this over here fell, crush, rolled, and then smashed down at the bottom. Give me a perception check to see if you see any movement.
Anyone in particular, or
Anyone who is looking to see. because it is dark outside, so it is gonna be pretty hard. But
There's no point in me checking. Everything's black.
yeah. So the Bard and Kiki, both of you think it's really difficult. It could be rubble. It might be people. You think you see something that didn't move quite right, quite like crumbling, and you couldn't quite tell how many. Just you thought you saw something move.
I say we make haste, get out of here, and then find a place to sleep.
Okay, it's like I got it, and I kind of want to very ever so carefully sneak up there, and I'm gonna have my fortress, and I want to drop it right on top of where that roof would have been, where it would have landed.
Mhm.
So if there's anyone there, they will need to make a dex saving throw.
So is everybody moving away when he's putting this down, or is everybody like?
Well, it
I
sounds
don't
like he's
know.
trying to put it where
Stop
the hags were
running.
still at.
Yes.
He's sneaking up to the rubble to put it on top of it, is what he's saying.
Yes.
So you'd have to go. Okay, so you'd have to go down the hill in order because they rolled. It's probably like half, maybe not half a mile, probably a football length away. To is about how far you'd have to go to get to them.
Okay.
Is that still what you want to do?
Yes, I just want to make sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you make your way down. You make your way down the hill. Is anybody going with him, by the way, or is everybody just kind of staying up here?
I'm gonna remove the furnace, if possible, with my teeth and toss it.
Okay.
I'll
okay.
go.
And I'll
with
stay
him.
with them just in case things go bad.
Yeah,
Okay.
plus I would want to know that they are no longer a threat because hags are vindictive, and I would be afraid they would try to hunt us down.
Okay.
Owen's
So-
been continuously moving away, by the way. He hasn't stopped running with the kids.
He's still going down the road. So Owen's off with the kids. He's away from you guys. You guys are looking down at this rubble. Antonio's descending the hill. Rose, you are able to successfully destroy the furnace. You rip it out and chuck it. Antonio, you make it down to this rubble area.
Yeah.
You set up. You put the little tower down. Describe for me what you do.
So kind of as I want to do, I want to get close enough to where I can toss it, because from what I read, it always lands the right side up.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And as I throw it and it's over there, I am going to say fortress activate, and then have it just plop down right where they were standing.
Okay.
Or
Gotcha.
right where they would have been in that top section of the windmill.
Gotcha. So you chuck it out like a grenade, and it's sitting there, and it's it like writes itself up, and you say "Fortress activate," and it just grows 20 feet walls on all sides, and it's like this mechanical transformer, like as it unfolds before your eyes, and it just falls down and crunches everything underneath it. This thing must weigh thousands of pounds. It just crushes everything underneath it. And like you see dirt and kind of cement, the dust. I mean, if you guys have ever broken up cement, like kind of that dust.
Yeah, the mortar.
It puffs up. You guys just see that kind of billow out. What are you doing?
So I think you broke up there for a second.
Oh, sorry. You just see the destruction that's happening from this big, huge, freaking heavy piece of metal. And and then I was just curious, what do you want to do? You don't see any movement or anything?
I guess if I don't see any movement and it landed right on top of where they would be, I don't see why there wasn't any reason that we could settle in for the night, as it is a protected fortress.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and Owen's still beeline.
I'll scream out to Owen and be like, "We got a place to sleep. Come on."
He would have maybe only gotten about 120 feet away, and then would have stopped and kind of turned around.
With this loud bang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then he'll cautiously start moving back towards the group.
Okay. And are you guys, as you guys kind of gather together, I'm assuming you're still up on top of the hill, or is everybody moving down to the fortress?
Moving down to the fortress.
Okay. Owen, as you're approaching the group, by the way, both of the kids look at you and they start kind of curling into you, and they're like, "This monster," and they look pretty scared. They don't seem to want to go near Rose.
And Owen, kind of under his breath, would be like, "So much for keeping it a secret."
I'm sorry. I couldn't. I couldn't let it stand.
I'll just say under my breath, I had no idea.
Kind of softly to the kids, he says, "Don't worry, the big shiny dragon is a friend. It helped scare those old ladies away."
Give me a perception, or a persuasion with advantage.
Persuasion.
Okay, that is sufficient. So they seem kind of, it's a friend.
And Owen will kind of nod and say, "And if you're good, maybe she'll let you touch one of her scales."
Is she nice?
She is, yes.
Okay. Well, if you promise me she won't hurt me, I'll trust you.
I promise. And if she does anything, I'll be here to protect you.
So that you see them kind of, they're starting to ease up a bit, and their fear is kind of turning to excitement. Actually, now they're kind of curious, and they want to check her out.
And
So
Owen will move up, and when he gets close to Rose, he says, "It seems you have a couple of fans. Is it alrighty if they take a look?"
It's probably best that I well, you can understand me. So all you hear is I'm talking normally, but all you hear from me is just growls and grunts. Pretty much I'm saying it's probably best for me to transfer back before anyone notices. That's what I say. Because you understand. So you pretty much just see me just go back to my human form.
I was a dragon. You can't
Good
speak
talk.
common?
In Dragon 4, oh yes, I think I can.
you can.
Okay, so yes, I'll say it's probably best that I go back. I shouldn't stay like this. I was just too enraged from what had happened.
And the little boy, especially, like the girl is certainly clinging to Owen. She's just being, she's being fearful, given what had just happened. But the boy he's much more interesting. He's like, as he watches you speak, and then as he watches you transform back into a human, the little boy's like, "Oh, wow, that's cool!" And he's all over it.
I'm completely blushing, really embarrassed. I'm like, thank you. And slightly bow, and I start walking away.
Okay, so you guys, I take it you guys are making camp in the fortress. We'll take a long
Hell
rest here.
yeah.
Yeah.
I know I could
Please.
use a long rest.
And I assume once I take the long rest, my temporary hit points go away.
Yes.
For some reason, I just don't feel tired as much as I thought.
Okay, yeah. So you guys go ahead and do it. Let's call it here. Let's do a long rest, and then we will pick it up next week, bringing the kids back to the orphanage.
Sounds good.
Or are they really kids?
Or are they? You don't know.